stream a going. Let's get the live stream a going. Alrighty. Do give it a second for people to join up, everyone. Do give it a second for people to join up. What's up, everyone joining in the stream right now? Hopefully everyone is having a fantastic day so far. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? Got to get everything set up on the YouTube stream real quick. How's everybody doing joining in? What's up, Tio? What's up, Reese? What's up, Odd? How you doing? What's up, Mile? What's up, Kalia? What's up, Tesha? How you doing? Joanne, how you doing? Chloe, what's up? Amanda, Christine, how you doing? What's up, Toddy? What's up, Cora? How you guys doing? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far, everyone. How's everybody doing? Hopefully everyone's having a good day. What's up? We're on a little bit earlier today because Dean got off a bit earlier. So we're hopping on a bit early. What's up, everyone joining in? Do give it a second for people to come up. We are we're the most festive we are right now is we've got green and red lights, everyone. That's how festive we are right now. Look at that. So festive, I tell you. So festive. But what's good, everyone joining in? Do give it a second for people to join in. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people as always. We're going to start getting people up here in a minute. Happy holidays, everyone. Happy holidays. We got about 15 days here until 2026. 16 days until 2026. Or actually 17, I apologize. Around that. I'm excited. For 2026, everyone. Alrighty, we're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. I just put the criteria on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. So please only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second, everyone. Again, please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Let's get it going. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 36.
Do you support Donald Trump?
That's the president of the United States of America. Goddamn, I do. You better believe it.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Is that a question? Donald J. Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump? And is there a way you can turn off the background noise?
Sorry about that. Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, so why do you support Donald Trump?
He's cleaning out the country from these undocumented illegal immigrants. And he did a good job with Palestine. You know, the Palestine genocide.
Oh, you're trolling?
No, I'm absolutely not trolling.
So you support him committing a genocide then?
No, for stopping it.
He didn't stop it? What are you talking about?
Well, he's lowered down the rate of the amount of Palestinians that were being unalived.
I don't think there's any good evidence to believe that. He's allowed for Israel to block food aid under his administration on multiple occasions to a greater extent than they were historically. Right? He said to finish the job. He's given them more support in terms of these scenarios. I mean, Netanyahu himself said that Donald Trump is the greatest friend that Israel's ever had in the Oval Office.
What about genocide, Joe?
I mean, I definitely condemn the Democrats' approach in terms of Israel, but I acknowledge that Donald Trump not only is worse on this issue, but specifically, I don't know why you would point to him as being better. I don't know why you would bring that up as a reason as to why you would point to him or like him.
You returned the hostages.
Okay, well, actually, proportionally, there were more hostages returned under Biden.
Absolutely not.
That's true. It's a fact.
Do you think that Kamala Harris could have done a better job than Donald Trump?
Kamala Harris? Yes. I think that she did, and I think that she advocated for a significantly better job. Are you trolling? I genuinely want to know because I want to move on to the next person.
No, absolutely not. No, it's not. But you can go ahead. I'm absolutely not trolling. I just don't understand why it makes me a racist to want borders.
No one's necessarily saying that we believe in borders. We just we think that Donald Trump's violating due process rights. He's engaging in violence. They're racial profiling, right? They're actively admitting that they're doing this.
You could have done better with Pierce Morgan, man. I saw you up there. You could have done better.
Why'd you just randomly say that mid-conversation? Okay, they just left. They definitely were trolling. There's no way. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Alrighty, do give it a second for people to join up. We're going to start getting going here in a minute. Give us a second to get people going in. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19?
Okay, and do you support Donald Trump?
No. Pick me, Parker. Daddy Parker.
What the hell? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you.
Appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates.
Girlfriend as well.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck.
How old are you?
I'm gonna rape your fucking girlfriend, you.
You're so disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. What the fuck is
Okay,
going on?
I love your beautiful girlfriend.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me? I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I could not support a rapist. Parker, I love you.
Appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria again listed
So
in the
I
TikTok
voted
screen.
for Trump. I voted for Trump because he's a fucking dirty rapist like me.
Oh, wait, that's the fucking same person. Let's go to the next individual. How do they even get back up? That's actually horrible. Odds, if you have the ability, please
You're
do
a
ban
Mexican
them.
bitch, Parker.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
You black nigger.
Dude, what is going on right now? We can't even get a debate right now. This is disgusting. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What the hell? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I wanna fuck Marge so.
It's disgusting, dude. What is wrong with people? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Do give it a second for people to join up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
And are you driving?
Yeah, I am.
You got to come up later. I'd love to have a conversation with you, but you got to come up later when you're not driving. It's TikTok TOS. So I do have to go on to the next person. But make sure to come up later whenever you are not driving, and we can have our conversation for sure. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would say Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2005.
And you said you're how old again?
20.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I actually, a while ago, I try to get on your debates sometimes, and it's just packed. But a while ago, I heard you talking to someone. I think I was on my way home, and you were talking kind of about your pro-life policies, And I was actually kind of finding myself agreeing with some of the hypotheticals you were making, but I kind of just wanted to, I don't know, I guess I kind of just wanted to get more insight on why you think the way you do, I guess.
Sure. So are you pro-life yourself? Do you think that abortion should be illegal?
See, this is where it gets interesting. I do think it should be illegal, but like that's kind of regarding some of the things that you were saying when I was watching that live in terms of like rape and or sorry, I have to say grape, right?
Yeah.
So grape, that's like one of the things that I'm not like exactly sure how we would like solve that issue particularly, but like I think overall it should be illegal. Like I don't think that, you know, like if a girl, I know, I'm pretty sure you would say that abortion should be legal in this scenario, but like if a girl says, you know, has a baby, whatever it is, or has unprotected sex, do you think that because she made that mistake, do you think that she should be able to take or get an abortion?
I mean, I don't believe that there's a due standard of care in terms of engaging in sex, specifically in terms of whether or not you can get an abortion. I believe that there should be legal access to abortion prior to sentience. I don't think it's predicated off of whether or not they use contraceptive. Now, someone could just claim that they did, right? If you're trying to enforce that from a legal perspective. So I don't see there to be any meaningful way that you could actually apply like a due standard of care in the context of these situations as it relates to abortion.
So what you're saying is like someone could say that they took, say, Plan B in this instance, and then
Or they could say they used
you
a
know, get
condom, and how do you determine whether or not that's true? Are you going to ask them for the used condom? Like what?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's just I don't know. I really wanted to keep it brief, but like I was just curious because I saw you mentioned one thing about like I don't know if it was zygos or even, you know, before that, but you were talking about if there's a burning building and you had like 12 something frozen zygos, and I don't remember the full I don't know if you use it
Yeah,
often.
I'll
but, like,
just tell you the context of why I'm bringing this up. So I'm essentially getting this to realize like how much different you view, right, just a typical baby comparative to like a zygote, right? To essentially say, at what point do we consider it to be a person or valuable to the degree that we consider like an infant? Well, I don't think that happens until sentience, right? Until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb. I think prior to that, right, we have a hard time establishing that it has any near similar value. And if it doesn't, then wouldn't we care about the concerns and the rights and the risks related to the person's health of the individual who's pregnant? I think we'd care more about that because of the subjective experiences they have, the value that we place on them to a significantly greater extent. Like, think about a condition this way. If there were, say that there was a machine that had the ability to take care of zygotes and ensure that they're going to be people in the future, would you rather save in a burning building 100 of those zygotes, right, or one newborn baby from
See,
that
and
burning building?
that's I was literally just about to ask you. I was gonna say, what would you think if someone said, if they did want to save the 100 zygos over the baby? Do you think that would be mentally ill, or?
I wouldn't use that type of terminology. What I would say is that it's absurd, right? It's absurd to
You
say
think
that
so?
you would value the zygotes over the newborn baby. And I think that if you were actually put in the scenario, I really doubt most people saying that, right? Like, I doubt they actually have that intuition. Because I think it is a situation that's obviously clear. I mean, I think you probably agree with me here that, like, you would save the newborn baby. Because who really gives a shit about single-cell organisms?
See, that's the thing though. It's like if they were confirmed, if every single one of those zygos was confirmed to grow up and to be able to develop and have that chance, it's like I don't know. I guess where we just disagree is the fact that you think that the unicellular organism is less important than the baby, even though I'm kind of placing in the future context of, are they going to grow up? Are they going to have a life? Are they going to have sentience? And that
Okay, so you would
ability
save the
to,
zygotes. So then what I would do for that type of conversation is I would reduce it down to see how far you go there, right? Like, say it were 2 of these zygotes or 1 newborn baby. Who would you rather save?
see, and that's where I like kind of am like, okay, well, I'm in this situation, I would probably choose the baby because I'm thinking about like, because there's less of them, I guess things like, oh, is the baby gonna grow up to have some condition, and then there's, you know, I don't know. That's kind of just where my head goes. So I guess
I'm confused.
I guess
So so
yeah.
just
I
to
don't
clarify,
really
you would
know
save
where I
you
was
would
going with
save
that,
the
but
baby
probably.
over the two zygotes. So then my point would be is that you don't value them the same, even though they have this future, because it's just a future in of itself. It's not a future with some sort of past or present established.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand that. All right, well, that was like pretty much it, to be honest. I mean, I'm not too educated in every single policy. That's just kind of what I hear on TV, and you know, I feel like a lot of it's propaganda. So that's kind of it.
Sure. I guess before we end it, I guess my question would be is that, like, if you don't really have a basis in abortion to say that you support Trump, what would there be any other basis you have, or would you say that you don't actually really support Donald Trump?
To be honest with you, right now, just based off the shit he's saying, I mean, I thought Trump in 2016, I thought he actually did good things based on what I heard, especially, you know, and I like I said, I don't listen to the news regularly, but based off the prices things were, gas, groceries, I feel like economically we were in a pretty good place, I would say. I don't know that compared to Biden, but recently I feel like the things he's been saying and like the acts are just so like unnecessary. Like there's so much shit going on in the world. Why are we tearing down the White House to make a new ballroom with taxpayers' money? It's kind of like, well, you know, it's apparently his money, but I mean, who really knows? But
And like,
I don't know. I just feel like a
I
lot
think
of
it
the stuff
goes
he's
well
doing.
beyond that. Like Trump's calling for the execution of some of his political opponents, saying that people who literally just said to not abide by unlawful orders, right, are engaging in quote unquote seditious or perhaps even treasonous behavior. And also people even questioning his cognitive health apparently are engaging in seditious, perhaps even treasonous behavior, right? Like, this is absurd. He even reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington Wood, in reference to the Democratic veterans that said not to abide by unlawful orders. So it's like that's just calling for the execution of your political opponents. That's nowhere near like what he said he was going to do. Plus, we all know that he's not making the economy better, right? We know that tariffs have made things more expensive. We know that the labor market's not doing very well right now. We know that there's less real GDP growth than what we saw at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. So it's like, what is Trump really doing for us economically speaking? I would say we're worse off because of him.
Yeah, I mean, right now it definitely looks like that, and I've kind of been telling myself like, oh, it has to get worse before it gets better. But like, I don't know how long you can really hold on to that before you're kind of like, you know, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, we're like
but
a
then
year
I would
in.
then I would
bet,
say to you,
I bet they were blaming Biden for inflation a year in, right?
yeah. Well,
And
I
when
guess
we
what I
said
would say
that,
to
they
you
didn't
is,
buy
what do
it.
you think? What do you think about the I forget his name exactly, but the Democrat who was saying about shooting? I don't know who it was. It was
Oh
maybe
yeah,
political
I know
opponents.
you're talking about Jay Jones. I condemn that behavior on the Democratic side. Absolutely.
Okay, okay. I didn't want you. I didn't know if you were gonna like say something like, oh, I think it was justified, or
No,
because I mean I don't think that behavior is justified no matter what side. But
no,
all right,
I
well,
definitely think that's a huge issue to our nation to like say that you can just like start executing political opponents. I think either
yeah,
side would just run with that reasoning, and it would make our country a significantly worse place than it already is.
yeah, 100%. All right, cool, man. It was nice to meet you.
Right.
I
Appreciate you going up.
very respectful debate with you. I talked to you a while ago at a car dealership. I don't know if you remember me. I don't think you do. I talked to you about we were talking about, I think, the people you were making the reference about people on life care, and we were talking about abortion as well. But it kind of got to a point. So
Oh, well, I mean, I would have to think about it for a second. My memory is really bad, but like, I mean, I don't really go to dealerships often, so I probably do actually remember. But no, I really appreciate you coming
yeah,
up. Thank you very much.
yeah, of course, man. Yep.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Appreciate it. Like the only times I've gone to a car dealership recently is like literally, like recently, what was it for like something to fix something in my car or like a recall or something. So, like I think I might remember who they are. I'd have to think about it though for a second. No, I wasn't buying a car. I'm not someone who like really like I don't like getting like new cars. I think my car is good and it gets me from point A to point B. So I'm not someone who's like I gotta get a new car type thing. Like I've got a car. I've had it for I think 4 years now, and it's still in really good condition. So it's like I'm gonna keep sticking with it. Yo, what's up,
Parker,
how old
you
are you?
saved my life. Parker, you saved my life. Parker, you saved my life.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Midlife Maddie, by the way. Thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. Hope you're having a great day. Someone asking what I'm drinking. It's a lime mojito. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
10-3.
And you said you're how old?
19.
I don't think that makes any sense. There's not someone spamming in the comment section, Parker, get a car. And Manchi, only little amounts. Only little amounts. I took Spanish in high school. I definitely am not like fluent. I can tell very basic Spanish off of reading it. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Are they asking me where the library is? I don't know what library you're referencing. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
That's a good question. Probably still Trump though.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, his policies.
Sorry, yeah, what policies?
The one with the taxes for the middle class.
Okay, so the tax cuts for the middle class, is that what you're referencing?
Yeah.
Did you know that Donald Trump actually has increased taxes for working class Americans in this country proportionally to what it would have been otherwise? Because Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year and actually expand tax credits such as the child tax credit to then reduce childhood poverty in this country by increasing it to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, and a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. So that would have specifically
Where are you
helped...
getting that information from?
Oh, from her own policy website. Raven, thank you so much for the Mary Sponge Miss.
What website is that?
Literally just look up Kamala Harris policy plans 2024, and it's on the PDF. She also talked about it. And
wait,
even in 2020,
her...
Go ahead.
Okay. No, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was going to tell you, and even in 2021, they increased the child tax credit under a emergency COVID policy, and she was talking about how she wanted to expand that.
Okay. Well, didn't in the last administration, what's it called? Joe Biden introduced the Inflation Reduction Act, and didn't that raise the inflation for the working class?
No. So the Inflation Reduction Act had a marginal effect on inflation and downward pressure on inflation because it's actually deficit reducing. It brought in more revenue than it's actually spent. It was the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and it brought down costs for certain types of pharmaceutical drugs, things that people rely on, like, for example, with insulin, $35 cap on insulin for those that are on Medicare, whereas prior it was only parts of Medicare under Trump.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts on gun control? Because, as you know, there was a shooting yesterday.
Yeah.
At that Brown University, I think it was called.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, what are your thoughts on gun control?
Yeah, I believe that we need more gun control. I think that's important. Like comprehensive gun reform, like specifically to address the level of deaths that are happening. My particular sort of principle I run on is if a particular policy is going to save lives, inevitably speaking, well then I support that particular policy in terms of gun control. So that's typically how I view it. Now I don't know if I would say it in every instance, but I think in practically every instance I could point to, that's what I would say. Okay. Is that we want to save lives, so gun control can be engaged in. And really the only thing that's protected from a self-defense perspective is a pistol according to the Supreme Court.
Okay. I just want to get all your takes on this, and then I'll go ahead and debate about it.
Okay.
I just want to know like on your stance for, or excuse me, your opinion on a few things, and then I'll address your takes.
Go ahead.
So what are your thoughts on abortion?
Yeah, I'm pro-choice, so I believe that abortion is not wrong prior to
Pro-choice.
sentience. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think prior to sentience, which is subjective experience, there's no value you could place in like an embryo. So obviously, it makes sense for people to have the legal right to get access
What do you
to an
mean there's no
abortion.
value though? They'll end up being a human though,
So
obviously.
let me clarify. Like in a certain sense, we could say that there's some level of value, but really what I'm saying is that there's no personhood, right? Which is going to be the granting of rights. Like for example, like the right to sentient life, things like that. That's what I think it's going to be established. Similarly, I don't think it's murder to pull a plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead, right? Now you might say it's because there's not a future in that circumstance. Well, then I would say is that again, there's never going to be right any type of experience that would exist if you have an abortion prior to sentience. It would never affect a person. So it's like this future is
Okay.
just like a potential. It's just a possible future, and it's not something that's present or has existed in the past.
Okay. That makes sense. Um, why do you dislike Trump? Like, do you not like his character, his policies,
Both.
the
I
way he
think he has
is?
horrible policy. I think he's a horrible character, and I can talk about the specifics on all of that. I think they're very
Yeah.
clear.
Please dive into it.
Yeah,
Curious
for
to know.
sure. Donald Trump was held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, right? He was accused of sexual misconduct by over 26 different people. We can point to the fact that he bragged about walking to the changing rooms of.
Accused, but was he prosecuted though?
He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. And I think that if that many people are accusing someone of sexual misconduct, I think it's very likely that that's true. Like definitely more true than like the person who's a
Or maybe
pathological
because they just
liar.
don't like him.
Oh no, it's not
But
just
go on,
because they
continue.
don't like him. That would be
Mhm.
absurd. I don't think that people just make up
Mhm.
like lies about SA just because they don't like people, right? I don't think that's typical to happen, especially with 26 plus people.
Okay. That makes sense.
Right?
But
Like,
continue
would
what I
you
see
think
don't
every
like.
single one of them is lying?
No, I just think it's kind of a little bit absurd. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like the guy, so it, I don't know, if a group of women, or excuse me, if a group of hold on, my thing is going down. Um, yeah, if a group of people decided, gathered together and decided that they didn't like this person, they wanted to do something about it, right? And they were maybe, let's just say, like delusional, or they have some kind of mental illness. I think, it's a very, possibility that something like that could happen. Yes. I don't really think it's absurd for all 26 people to get together and or no, I'm saying I'm not ruling that out as a possibility. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Okay, so look at the set of
Mhm.
circumstances. Who's more likely to lie? A pathological liar that's cheated on every single one of his wives, right? And we know, like, engaged in 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration or misleading statements, and consistently lies all the time to this day. Who's more likely to lie, that person or 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct, where even there's been a
Okay.
circumstance where they've held him liable in a civil court, or unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people? I think obviously the
Yeah,
victims
that
are
makes sense.
significantly
Yeah.
more trustworthy in this scenario than a pathological liar like Donald Trump, which I can
Yeah.
point to these circumstances. He's actually lied about the set of circumstances. For example, in the E. Jean Carroll case, he said they never met. There was a picture of them shown together. In a deposition, right? Or prior, actually, let me clarify before. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, he mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that he would have sexually abused her either way because
Mm.
she looks
Okay.
similar enough to his ex-wife
Yeah.
that he's going to mistake the two.
I never really dived into it, like especially like in the court proceedings. I don't know if there ever were any court proceedings or if it was just all hearings. I
There
don't
were.
know. Okay.
Yeah, he
Yeah, I
was
never
held
really dived
liable,
into it.
like unanimously amongst a
Okay.
jury of 9 people. So liable in a civil court is essentially guilty.
Okay.
That's what it means.
Thanks for clarifying. Excuse me. Thanks for clarifying on that. Can you
And
also
I can keep going.
continue
Like
to
he's
list
bragged
on?
about
Yeah,
engaging
keep
in
going.
sexual exploitation. He said he explicitly bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. Where an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He sexualized his daughter on countless occasions, saying Yada Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, saying he had sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf. saying
Okay.
he would be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter, and then saying his daughter's voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive.
Yeah. That's the part of his character that I don't really understand because I think I've watched a couple of debates where you'll mention that, and then the person that you're debating, they'll say, "Oh, that's just him joking." You know what I mean? But it's like you never really know, so it's like
I
I
mean,
don't really
you don't
understand that
joke
about him.
about things like that
He's
when you're
he's
talking about
still
your
yeah he
daughter
still
and
does that stuff. So of
yeah, but like, are
course,
those things to joke about?
no, obviously. So
Obviously not. So there, it's
that's what I
indicative of
don't
bad
understand.
character either way.
Yeah.
And like the point that I would keep extrapolating on is that this also carries over in his policy. The big beautiful bill massively gives tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires disproportionately. Now there are some elements of it that give tax breaks to working class people. Kamala Harris would have extended those. But the point that I'm making is that very, very large amounts of tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, and then they're cutting children off of free school lunch and breakfast to the tune of 420,000 children on average every single month, 2.5 million individuals cut off of food stamps on average every month, and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance, right? Alongside it adds
Is that
$3.4
on all
trillion
50
to the
states?
debt.
Is that on for every 50 states?
What's up?
Is that for every 50 states?
Yeah, it's
All
like
the
this
states?
is overall. Yeah.
Okay, well, 'cause I have a friend that has food stamps, and he was worried about that getting cut off, but it
hmm
never did. Well, obviously, I know
It's being
I'm
cut
not
off.
saying that everyone.
They set it
Yeah,
to
yeah,
happen
I
after the
know.
midterms because they don't want it to affect the election results in the midterms. But the point is that
Okay,
it's going to reduce people's access to food and reduce people's access to things that they need. And it's
okay,
purposefully and intentfully set up that way to do that. And also, like the point I want to build upon in terms of that is that again, we could have given money to people who did need it, or based upon taxing rich and wealthy Americans. But he's doing the reverse of that. He's taking from the poor to give to the rich.
yeah.
Think
Okay,
of the
that
galaxy.
definitely makes sense. I have a question, by the way. So, what's your goal with these debates? Like, is your goal try to to persuade me to becoming a Democrat, I guess you can say, or a yeah, voting Democrat in the future, to persuade me from not liking Trump? Like, yeah, what is your goal with this? I'm very
Yeah,
curious.
so I want to educate people. I want people to critically think. I want people to engage with politics to a greater extent. And I want people to move away from individuals like Donald Trump. And that would be more towards the Democratic Party. But the point I would make is that I don't always agree with the Democratic Party. There are plenty of disagreements that I have with the Democratic Party. I'm just saying that they're preferable to Trump. So, yes, my goal
Okay.
is to move people more towards my ideological perspectives, right, which would align with
Yeah,
Democrats to a greater extent comparative to Republicans. But I also want to inspire people to critically think. All right, I want them to engage with these types of debates. I want them to stay involved in politics. I think these are really important things to build upon. And I also want to inspire open dialogue and people doing it themselves, right? And getting
of
involved
course.
themselves. So I think it's multifaceted within the things that I want from this.
Of course. As you can tell, um, or if you haven't been able to tell already, I'm obviously not as educated in this, right? Um, just from what I've been able to gather over the past couple of years, I tend to lean more conservative, right? But if you have any points that you're willing to bring up that will maybe persuade me to become more left-leaning or Democrat, please take it away because I would like to be more educated in this topic. So, and I know you're very educated, so yeah, does
Yeah,
that make
I would
sense?
just say
Or
that if you care about political violence in this country, well, Donald Trump is supporting it himself. He's pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th, and he's called them patriots. And he also has called for the execution of some Democrats. So, again, these are things that actively make the conditions within our country significantly worse in terms of,
okay,
again, how people are treated on both sides of the aisle. So, if you want there to be like an ability for us to even have these conversations, even have these types of debates, then I think it's important for us to uphold, right, a culture that is not okay with that type of political violence being perpetuated by people in political offices such as the presidency. And now this isn't just like some typical person on social media. This guy's president of the United States, right? He's in the highest seat of the political office
exactly.
possible, and there's a lot of people supporting him. So if a Democrat were to have done this, I think that people would hold the Democrat to a standard where they wouldn't be supported. But seemingly, whenever Donald Trump it does so, people are willing to overlook it or act like it's just things that he says and stuff like that. And I think that reinforces and normalizes political violence within our culture.
Yeah. I do gotta ask though, where did you learn how to debate and whatnot? Because you seem very well spoken and wise, and this makes me very, intrigued.
Debating on here.
Yeah,
Unironically,
would you like practice? I mean, okay.
no,
Oh,
this is
I
it.
got you.
It's not just I would do. You might have just got a flag for repeated violations. What misinformation was I engaging in? What? I just got flagged for misinformation?
Uh-oh.
That's so weird. I don't know why I just got that. But sorry, what was your question again? Repeat that.
Yeah, how do you become so well spoken, man? I mean, you seem very like articulate, like you're able to like speak very well. Like, I'm very curious to know.
Yeah, so I
I mean,
mean,
you
I
said it was
use
here, but is that it? Do you read books or?
mostly. I mean, I got a degree in economics, and I like obviously read things, and I look into articles, and I do research. But the debate skills, right, in terms of in general, it's literally just by engaging with these different types of platforms and debating people. I think most of the learning that I've had is in action and debating, right? Whether it be about this topic or plenty of other topics that I've done historically. But yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, I
All right.
appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah,
Thank you so
yeah.
much.
Thank you very much, man. It was nice talking to you.
You as well. You as well. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Thomas, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Thomas. Thank you. I typically don't do that on the live stream, but I do appreciate you. Thank you very much. Danielle, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $9 as well. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you. Sam with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good some W's for Sam in the comment section. Mia, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. They said, happy birthday. Parker, get a car. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Sheila, thank you for the $25. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good some W's for them in the comment section. I got some people to think on YouTube as well, but I'm going to make sure to go on to the next person here real quick, and then we will make sure to do that. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
All right. I'm 21, mate.
What state do you live in?
I don't even know how I've got onto this. I don't know how I've clicked it, like.
Oh, accidentally? Don't worry, don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I've accidentally sent a request on my own stream before, so I understand it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 72, a Vietnam veteran.
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Hell no, but I just want to...
Well, I appreciate you very much. I am just looking for some debates right now. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, do give it a second. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Give us 1 minute, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
07.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Have you been on the stream recently?
Nigger.
Vanessa, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. Disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria.
Yo, dude, are you
TikTok
gonna
screen.
debate Charlie Kirk?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
07.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Is there a way you can fix a little bit of the background noise? I have a bit of a feedback, it seems like.
Huh?
Seems like there's a bit of feedback, like I hear myself.
Oh.
Like, are you connected to Bluetooth or your car?
Nigger.
What the fuck is wrong with people? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
March 14th, 2006.
I'm sorry, I actually don't believe you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Again, listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump? Hello? I can't hear you if you're out of the app. How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I wouldn't vote for your platform because you have the same shit every day.
Okay. What state do you live in?
I live in Canada, but you have the same platform.
Thank you for telling us. Like we all didn't already know that I do the same topic every day. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him, yeah.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
You know, honestly, I think I'd abstain from voting.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's try to get the next person. Do give it a second. I apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Cry baby Parker. You know me.
I don't. Who are you?
It's me.
Have you been on my
I'm
stream
him.
before?
I've been on Dean's stream and you joined and you were being a crybaby. Maybe you don't remember. But I roasted your ass and I roasted Dean's ass. And you remember.
I don't remember. Maybe you think that you're more significant than you actually are?
No, but I told you had a superiority complex because you do. You think you're better than everyone else, but you're not. And you know that's the case, Parker.
We'll go into that here in a second. I do have a few people to thank real quick. And
Go
then
ahead.
we can go on to that conversation.
Yes,
Doug,
sir, go
thank
ahead.
you so much. I really appreciate the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Maybe every once in a while I will. I get your point. Thank you very much. Dylan, thank you so much for the $5. And Alexander, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. As well as Kat, thank you for the Interstellar on TikTok. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Kat in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Kat. Give some
Waste of
W's for
money.
Kat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the Interstellar. That's so kind of you. Alrighty. So what was the thing you were complaining about that you were really triggered about?
I don't know. I just thought you had a superiority complex before, Parker, because you were acting like you were better than most people. You know, Dean at least has a little bit of, I think good moral values. I think he's at a more neutral point, but you just act like you kind of act like a crybaby every once in a while. I don't know what it is about you, but you just act like you're better than other people. I don't know if that's just an issue with.
So crybaby is different than like a superiority complex. So could you be
No,
clear?
it's not. Like
what would be indicative of being a crybaby and what would be indicative of having a superiority complex?
Because when you don't get your way because you have a superiority complex, you act like a crybaby. So yes, you can in fact be a crybaby and have a superiority complex because you're entitled.
You can't have them the same time. I was just asking you, like, could you give specific examples?
Yeah, exactly. Because whenever you start losing a debate, you start acting like a crybaby, Parker.
So I
Every
must not be
time.
losing right now then, right?
Can we get some baby bottles in the chat for Parker?
So
Get some
I
baby bottles.
So
in
I
the chat.
must not be losing right now, right?
No, you are losing.
Well, I'm
you know
not
what? And
acting that
actually,
way.
well, no.
You said
We're-
every
you're
time.
not losing right now because we're not having a debate right now. We're
We
just
are.
talking right now.
This is a
I just
debate.
wanted to let you
We're
know. Parker.
disagreeing and we're giving arguments as to why we disagree. That's a debate.
No, I'm telling you, you're a crybaby. It's not even a debate. It's a fact.
Well,
That's a
I'm disagreeing
fact.
with that, and I'm saying you don't have any good reason to say that, and I'm asking you for the reason as to why you say that. That's a debate.
Because every time you lose a debate, right, which is every time, you do act like a crybaby.
So I'm acting like a crybaby right now?
Yes. Can we get some baby bottles in the chat for Parker? Baby bottles in the chat.
How am I acting like a crybaby?
Not right now, you're not.
Okay, so then I'm not losing the debate?
That's not a debate. I'm just stating facts from previous
Okay,
debates,
could you
Parker.
tell me what a debate is?
A debate is when two people are discussing something that they may agree or disagree about.
That's what we're doing right now.
And
That's referring
that's
literally what we're doing right now.
Debates.
We're doing that right
We're
now.
not
We're
having a
discussing
debate. I'm
things
just
we
telling you
disagree on.
facts.
We're
Parker,
discussing
we were
something
having political. Excuse
dude,
me, Parker.
Excuse me. We're
Excuse me.
discussing something that we disagree on.
Sir. Excuse me, Parker. Crybaby Parker, everybody. Crybaby Parker.
Is this your best
Where's
attempt?
Dean?
Is this the only thing you could try to do? Because this is like, it sounds like an ad hom. You're saying that I'm wrong because of this prescription about me that you can't even justify to be the case?
Parker, I will say this, though. I do appreciate that you unblocked me here on TikTok because I did tell you before to unblock me, and you, in fact, did. So, good boy. I appreciate that.
I must have
You had me
accidentally.
blocked.
I did do a mass unblock thing because I had a bunch of different people that were blocked. So you must have accidentally got unblocked. I'll make sure to put you back in the space you should be in.
Parker, you missed me. Let's be honest. You missed me.
I don't.
Come on.
I have
And
no
you-
clue who you are. Like, I genuinely don't remember you.
I think you had a crush on me, to be honest. I really do.
That's really cringe that you have to say that.
It's not cringe.
It's
just
really
the,
cringe.
It's the truth.
I'm currently cringing in my setup.
No, because why else would you unblock me? I know you got a little smile coming up. I know you missed me. I know you missed debating me. Come
Dude,
on.
I just told you I mass unblocked a bunch of people on my account because
And
I
then
have
you're
like
pretending you don't
thousands of
remember
people.
me, Parker?
Brian,
Come
I literally
on.
do not remember you at all.
Parker, come on. You
I'm
and
not,
I are
I'm
good
not
friends.
pretending. I genuinely don't remember you, man.
Well, anyways, so I just came up here to tell you that you are still a crybaby. I do appreciate that you unblocked me.
Do you want to give me like an argument, or do you just want to keep saying I'm a crybaby without good reason? Because to me right now, it sounds like you're the crybaby complaining about things without reason.
No, I mean, I just gave you gratitude, so I can't be a crybaby. I gave you gratitude for unblocking me. I'm not being
No,
a crybaby
you're
about
complaining
anything.
without reason, so you're meeting my criteria of being a crybaby.
I'm not complaining, Parker. I just told you at least 3 times. I'm just stating facts.
Can we get some baby bottles for the
No,
guest?
can
real
we get
quick?
some
He
baby
clearly
bottles in the
needs
chat
some
for
baby
Parker?
bottles. He clearly needs some
Soy
baby
boy
bottles
Park.
because he's complaining without reason, and he can't give us an actual reason as to why he supports Donald Trump.
And you got
so he
soy
decides to
milk
come
in
up
those
on my
baby
live
bottles.
stream. Actually,
You got soy
it's
milk in
actually
those
oat
baby
milk.
bottles.
It's oat milk. Okay.
No, hold on a second. When you talked to me before about a Starbucks order, didn't you say?
I don't go to.
Oh no, you
Starbucks.
didn't say soy milk. Never mind.
I said
you
oat
did.
milk.
I think you did
I
say
said
oat
oat
milk.
milk. Yeah, I like oat
Did
milk
you?
with my lattes. Yeah.
Okay. No, you should do almond milk. That's better.
I mean,
But
almond
anyways,
milk's pretty good too.
almond milk is better with protein shakes. But anyways, I just want to come up here say,
Maybe.
"Crybaby Parker, get some baby bottles in the
Wait.
chat."
So are you the one?
soy
Wait.
milk.
Are you the one that also drinks soy milk? Did you just say that you drink almond milk?
I don't drink soy milk. I drink almond milk with protein shakes.
Well, no, because you considered oat milk to be soy milk. So anything that is just not milk in general, right? You're gonna say is soy milk. So then you're drinking soy milk in your
No.
smoothies.
If you drink
That must
soy
be-
milk, then you're
that
a
must
soy
be why
boy.
you're a crybaby on my live stream right now and complaining without
No, it's
reason.
not. No, it's not. You know why? Because I eat meat. I'm a man. I eat meat, chicken, beef, all that good stuff. Eat 200 grams of protein a day, baby. Flex for me, Parker. I want to see your muscles.
Brian,
let's
this is
show
really
let's show
cringe.
the whole world.
This is really
let's
cringe.
show the whole world. how
Did
strong
you
Parker is.
did you just by the way, did you just brag about eating 200 grams of protein in a day? Like, was that a brag?
I have
Were
to.
you just
I'm
bragging
six-
doing that?
I'm 6
Well,
foot
also,
5, Parker.
So you said that I have a superiority complex, but then you came on my live
Correct.
to try to brag and to say that you're 6'5" and to say that all of these things about you to try to make yourself feel better. Sounds like you're the one with
Hey,
the
Parker.
superiority complex, and you're the crybaby. So
Hey,
sounds like you
Parker,
came on my
these are
live to
facts
just
that I'm
project.
stating. It's not
Yeah,
projecting
they're facts
any
about yourself.
superiority
If you,
complex.
they're facts about yourself when you look in the mirror.
Hey, Parker, this is physiology I'm describing. I'm describing the
You
anatomy
don't know what
of my
physiology
body.
is.
In fact, I do.
Okay,
I'm
can I ask you a
describing it
question
right
then? If
now.
you said you know so much about physiology, where in the human body does conception occur?
Conception occurs in your mama's womb.
No, it does not happen in the womb.
Well, hold on. We're not gonna go through like the whole baby making.
No,
thing,
you just
okay?
said that you know physiology, right?
Listen, if you were 6 years old, you should already know the birds and the bees. Okay.
Well, apparently you don't
When
know where
two
conception
people
occurs in the
really
human body.
love each other.
Could you tell me what is the other anatomical name for the womb? Could you tell me?
The other anatomical name for the womb?
Yeah.
What kind of names do you want to use when you want to? I don't know if I can say it on the live.
You can say it. Yeah.
The vagina, the
Nope.
clitoris,
Nope.
right?
Not even close.
The uterus.
There you go. You finally got it.
Well, I was just describing different anatomical terms.
Dude, I asked you specifically what was the other anatomical name for the womb. You said
Parker,
that the
let's
vagina
describe
and
my
the clit
anatomy.
were the womb.
Well, hold on a second. You said clit. That's
No
kind of a
wonder. No
slur.
wonder. You know what,
Hold on a second, Parker. That's a little bit of-
Brian. We know that you can't find the clit. We all know
have
that.
to
I
say
think you just
clitoris.
clarified. I think he unironically just clarified that he can't find the clit on the live stream,
No,
while
I like when
simultaneously
my-
coming up on my live stream and trying to like literally be a crybaby about me, dude. That's embarrassing. I can't believe you just did that.
I like when a woman's clitoris is bigger than my own penis.
And that
personally.
happens very commonly, doesn't it?
It does. So, anyways, here's what I want to say, right? 6'5", 200 grams of protein a day, okay? So, yes, going to the gym is very important, right, Parker? I would love to have a boxing match with you one day, but I think you're about 5'4". But I'll tell you what, if I go to Dallas
You
and
had to say
we
I'm
put down
5'4". Wow, dude, the superiority
Yeah.
complex that you have is really funny.
Well,
Dude,
just
I
looking at your
wouldn't. I
chair-
wouldn't get within 25 miles of you.
Listen, your chair doesn't even look that tall. Your head is like pretty much right at the top of your chair already. So I'm just assuming you're like 5'4". Okay,
Yeah,
because
dude,
like
I am.
usually you
Yes,
would be.
I'm 5. Yes,
You're-
I'm 5'4". Yes.
Your chair should be taller than you, Parker, and it's not. Your chair is almost taller than your head. I mean, I don't think you have one of those big long back chairs. I'm pretty sure you're about as tall as your chair. So, well, anyways,
Is this
yeah,
like
if
your,
I
is this
ever-
your best attempt at trying to like make fun of me?
No, I'm not
'Cause
trying to
you
make
just-
fun of
you
you. I'm just
literally,
stating the
you
facts
literally
again,
just
Parker.
got embarrassed, and now you're just trying to say that like you're
I'm not
taller
being
than me.
embarrassed. We're talking about anatomy. We're just
But-
talking about physiology and anatomy
Yeah,
here, okay?
and how you couldn't find the clit. We talked about that already. But the point I want to make is that
Listen.
again, in terms of how tall you are, that doesn't really matter that much. I'm about 5'11", 6 foot. So, I mean, you can say I
No,
look
no
5'4",
way.
but you don't see my legs.
I think Dean's taller than you. Actually,
Yeah,
no,
that's
Dean
just-
looks small as fuck. I'm gonna be
I'm saying,
honest with you.
You've probably seen the pictures of me next to Dean, and also, by the way, who cares?
Listen, what if we have like an arm wrestling contest, $1,000, Parker?
I wouldn't.
I'll
Again,
I'll
I
fly
wouldn't
to
get
Dallas.
into. I wouldn't get in 25 miles of you.
Come on, Parker's scared. Could we get some crybaby baby bottles in the chat for Parker? He's too scared to arm wrestle me. We won't have to fight. We need to have an arm wrestle contest, okay? You fly me to Dallas, right? Because you have a lot more money than I do, right? Because again, superiority complex, right? Parker makes a lot more money than I do, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. I don't have a superiority complex, right? But I have a better physiology.
You definitely sound like you're okay with that, by the way.
No, but you fly me to Dallas. We'll have a arm wrestling contest, right?
Again, I'm
If
not
you
getting
win,
within 25 miles of you.
because he's scared. Get some baby bottles in the chat. Baby bottles in the chat.
No,
for
I just
Parker.
don't want to be anywhere within your vicinity.
Listen, it'll be Republican versus Democrat arm wrestling contest.
I wouldn't get again within 25 miles of you.
Listen, if you win, I'll give you $1,000 and I'll kiss you on the cheek.
I'm not getting within 25 miles of you.
And if you win, right, I'll give you
Dude,
$2,000.
I'm not trolling. I wouldn't fly out for $100 grand. I don't want to be
Wow.
around you, dude. I'm serious. Why
I
would
can't
do
believe
that?
you, Parker. You're saying if I meet you in person, I want to get a photo, you're gonna say no to me.
Yeah, if I
Remember my
if I
face.
remembered you, but I probably wouldn't remember you.
my face. Say my
Wait,
name.
Brian, that would be if I remembered you, but I probably wouldn't remember you yet. So yes, I would probably let you take a picture with me
You'll
because I
remember
wouldn't
me. I'm
remember you.
6'5". I'm 6'5".
You're not very
remember me.
memorable, man. I know that you have this superiority complex, but you're not
Now,
very memorable.
Parker, say my name.
No,
Say my name.
no,
Do you get the reference?
no. I actually don't.
God damn it, dude.
Explain the
This
joke
guy,
to me.
This guy's so uncultured. You don't watch Netflix enough. He's never even watched Breaking Bad.
I've watched parts. I haven't watched all of Breaking Bad. I can say that.
Okay, but you don't remember
I have
the
watched parts.
Heisenberg moment? Okay.
I mean, I didn't
dude. You're gonna
expect
piss
that
off
that's
a
what
lot
you
of
were
your
pointing to.
viewers. Yeah, you're gonna
because
piss
I
off
haven't
a lot of
watched
your
all
viewers.
of Breaking Bad yet.
Dude, yeah, you're gonna piss off a lot of your Democrat viewers.
Oh, I bet they're very mad right now.
The majority of the Democrats here definitely have watched Breaking Bad at least once.
Hey, dude, give me an actual argument. Can you get to that? But by the way, Zach, thank you for the $20 for this weak little stupid beta caller. Is insufferable. I know, right? Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Owen, thank you so much for the 10 pounds. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good luck at your interview. Good luck. I hope it goes well. I hope it goes well. Luck. Alexander, again, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Paul, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Cornell, thank you so much for the $10 for the baby bottle for this dumb caller. Thank you so much. Mark, I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Santa, thank you so much for the €5. I appreciate it. Jim, thank you for the $2. And Doug, thank you so much. Again, I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Kelly, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Garrett, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Garrett. And then Kelly, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Natalie, thank you for the $6.70. Thank you so much. Yes, Dean and I will do a live battle soon. Yes, we will soon.
Dean's not a good debater, but
Dean is a million times better debater than you. He's infinitely,
and by the way,
infinitely a better debater than you.
And by the way, where's Harry? You guys,
Stella, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Stella.
Anymore.
Can we get some W's for Stella in the comment section right now?
Are you guys not friends with Harry anymore?
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah, because he got shit on by Trump, and ever since then, you guys had to separate yourself from him.
No, we have been friends for a while now. That was well before.
What happened?
I think that was actually disgraceful for the president of the United States to post an AI video shitting on Harry. That's fucking crazy. It genuinely is disgraceful. Like, dude.
Okay, let's be honest.
You, like, literally, Obama took a selfie from the Oval Office, and they were calling him literally unpresidential. Okay. Donald Trump posted an AI video of him shitting on literally just like a young content creator, and you don't consider that unpresidential. You don't think that he's like making the presidency look worse.
Parker, be on, and everyone in the chat, be honest with you. If it was the other way around, let's say Biden, we go back in time and Biden's the president, right? And he wanted to have a little fun AI moment too. And he was using the same video, but it was on, at the time, Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro. I guarantee you guys would be laughing your ass off.
I genuinely probably would have thought that's weird. Like I would be like, why did Biden drop us?
You're lying. If Joe Biden, and it wouldn't be like he'd probably be the one shitting because he has dementia, and I think he has, I think he has issues.
One, you
with
actually
his
don't have an
souls.
argument for having dementia. Two, Donald Trump has literally sharded himself in public. Did you know that? He sharded himself at the debate. I'm not trolling. You can literally hear it in the. You can hear it in the microphone. You could literally hit him. You could hear him shard himself. I'm not trolling. Donald Trump sharded. I'm serious. He did it publicly. This was seen by millions of people, dude.
You wouldn't think it's weird. You would be laughing your ass off, Parker. I know you. I know your kind of humor. I know your kind of humor, right? Because you're younger. I know that would make you laugh.
Wiggly, thank you. And then Greater, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20.
So don't say it was
so much. Really appreciate it
disgraceful.
Biden wouldn't have done something that low class. Literally, like Biden would never have done.
I'm just saying, if he did, right? I wouldn't have doubted it. During COVID time, things were a little bit crazy.
I would expect Newsom to do that over Biden. Like Newsom is more likely to do that.
Okay, but the point is, right? Because I know Obama would never have done that, right?
Yeah, Obama would have not done that. Biden wouldn't have done that. Harris wouldn't have done that. Maybe Newsom. Like Newsom might, maybe.
Okay, maybe, but the point is
that's even a maybe.
I get it. I know they have different personality traits, but still, you guys would have laughed. Okay. Now, anyways, the thing I was going to ask you is spill the tea. So why are you guys not friends with Harry? I want everyone to listen.
I've already talked about this a million times on the stream. You can go and check.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it in a nutshell. Why? Because I join your guys' lives more than just about anyone else.
I just wanted to bring you back to the topic. I've already talked about that a million times on the stream. Just give me the reason why you support Trump at this point. I know you want to know all about my personal life, but go ahead. Just tell me why you support Trump.
I'm just saying, if I go to Dallas, we got to have an arm wrestling contest.
I'm not going within 25 miles of you. You couldn't pay me to do that.
You're just, and by the way, he's just scared. He's scared of Dallas,
that.
Anyways. Dallas is the ghetto, anyways. The entire city of Dallas.
I don't use that term. That's ridiculous. That is absurd. I've been to Dallas.
Well, it's just totally true.
What are you talking about?
You live in Dallas.
I don't live in Dallas. I live in LA.
Oh, fuck. Well, that's even worse. Jesus Christ.
What?
Why would you live in Los
Texas?
Angeles?
Why would I live in Texas? What the fuck?
Parker, why would you live in LA?
Why would? Because LA is amazing, dude. I can go outside right now. It's like 78 degrees. It's like 78 degrees outside.
And then you're
It's not
paying 3 times
humid.
more for your rent. Oh well, I guess that doesn't matter. You're getting all this fucking money from these people. It doesn't matter. Superiority
Also, it seems
complex.
like you're just
everybody.
coping, man. It seems like you're just coping.
Crybaby bottles in the chat,
Are
everybody.
you, are you
All right,
wait,
I'm
wait,
outta
so
here.
are you telling me if you had
Parker,
the
I love
choice,
you.
wait, if you had the choice, oh, he just left. I was about to say, if you had the choice between living in LA and living there, like where would you want to live right now? He's probably going to say LA. Alrighty, Arita, thank you so much for the $15 for Parker. Brian is extremely jealous of you. I know, right? He's extremely jealous. Jessica, thank you for the $10. I know, right? William, thank you for the $2. Christina, thank you so much again for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. There's a good boy in my guest box, everyone. Take a guess who that is. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Brock? No, it's Liam. It's Liam. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Well, I'm just kind of,
Push the cheeky
Donald
wiggly,
Trump.
thank you. Okay. And what's your birth year?
2005, December 4th,
And you said you're how old?
20.
I think they're right, but I do think that they're young. They were right with that math, but I think they are younger. They just sound like young. Maybe I'm wrong.
Parker, I'm
Yo, what's up? How old are
straight,
you?
but low key, you make me gay.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes,
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald J. Trump.
Okay. And why do you, or actually, Natasha, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Natasha. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for the treasure chest. Thank you. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I support him because of his plans.
Such as?
His offshore drilling plan.
Okay, what about it?
It's gonna be it's beneficial.
Okay, what about it?
Because it's gonna apply energy independence and supply, and
Okay.
economic benefits.
Okay, do you think it makes us more energy independent to decrease the level of renewable energy production within the United States?
Yeah.
Yeah? So if we have less energy production in the United States, you're saying that we're more energy independent?
Can you? Why is your name Parker Gets a Job and not Parker Gives a Blowjob? Parker Gives a Blowjob.
What a fucking child. What? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker, I'm 38.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would still vote Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I do appreciate the way that you control the conversation and say things, but I would like to go back and say that Brian guy sound like a fucking idiot.
Yeah, definitely true.
Yeah, I agree with you. That guy was being, I don't know, like he there was no logic behind anything he said. But anyways, I do support Donald Trump, and I would like to know why you support Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I think Kamala Harris is a preferable candidate to Donald Trump because I think that she focused more on the working class and the middle class in terms of giving them a tax break. For example, people that have children and for people who are looking for new houses. So I think that Kamala Harris specifically wanted a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes that would have stimulated the building of houses in places where people want to live, plus also give people a greater access to getting houses, especially if they're younger. Also, we could point to the fact that she wanted to increase the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old and $3,000 through them being 18. Whereas right now it's $2,000, or it was $2,000 through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and under Donald Trump's plan. I think actually right
Okay.
now I could see it's $2,500. I'd have to check though. But
Okay, so
go ahead.
okay. So that all sounds great and all, but where is that money coming from?
Yeah, so the money would come from increasing taxes on income over $400,000 a year, because that would be a better mechanism for getting revenue rather than imposing tariffs that tax everyone and would impact people that currently do not pay taxes because of the fact that there's a standard deduction in terms of income tax.
Yeah, and do you make over $400,000 a year?
Yeah, I make $4 trillion a year.
You make 4 trillion?
Yeah.
No, you don't. Come on.
Dude, I make $4 trillion a year. Dude, I am the world's first trillionaire, dude.
Stop it. Come on, man. I'm being honest with you. Please be honest with me.
I don't talk about that. I don't want to make that a part of the
Let me ask you
conversation.
okay, fine. Let me ask you a yes or no question. Do you make over 400K a year, yes or no?
Yes, I make $4 trillion a year.
Okay, that wasn't the question. So, okay,
dude, I told you already. I don't
No.
talk about this. I don't want to make this like a
Alright,
topic
so-
of
no, hold on.
conversation. I like to stay focused.
You brought up income for tax purposes, okay? So, you're a taxpayer, yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna assume that you make over 400K a year.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so then how do you feel about the taxes that you pay on the 400K?
Support them. I support increasing taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
Okay, so let's do another scenario real quick. Let's say that you're in school, okay, and the teacher says that everybody is going to be graded on like a scale, okay, and if you work really hard and you are the smartest person in the class and you get every answer right, and then you have a dumbass in the class that gets every answer wrong, that dumbass is going to get a grade that is better than what he should get. Do you think that's fair?
I need you to clarify. So I don't think that that's like a comparable analogy here. I think that grades don't provide people basic access to resources they need to survive. Right? I think that's that'd be
I
a
agree with you
difference
there. That's true.
Also, we
Grades
agree
don't-
with grading on a
grades don't do
curve,
that.
right? Do you agree with grading on a curve?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Because
I mean,
grading on
I
a
do.
curve is socialism. Yeah, that's because people that grade on curves, the people that
That's
try very
socialism?
hard.
Grading on a
It
curve has
is.
nothing
Hold
to
on.
do with socialism.
Parker, listen, I'm just hear me out.
Okay.
If you try very hard and you get every question right, okay, you answer every question on the quiz or test or whatever, or final, whatever, completely right, you should get 100%, right?
Yeah.
But if you're graded on a curve, you do not get 100%. The people
Wait,
that didn't
what do you
answer
mean by
any question right.
Wait, I think you're misunderstanding what a curve is. It depends on how you use a curve. Like, typically, a curve makes the top
It's a
grade in the
parabola.
class 100%.
It's basic algebra. I mean,
No. Listen, what are you talking about? So the person who is the highest grade in the class, they get 100%. That's at least how it worked in my classes. Like in college.
All right, so then can you describe to me real quick what a curve is? Like being graded on a curve. Can you describe that to me?
Yeah, like it could be that like the teacher's looking to increase the average grade of the class, or it could
And
be
how
that
do you do that?
yeah, that'd be by giving points to every single person to a certain extent. It's not necessarily from
Yeah,
other
and
people,
so does
but it's
that
just
mean
giving
that
them
people are
certain points
giving-
to a certain
does
extent.
that mean that-
based upon the proportionality of where they placed in the classroom?
Yeah, does that mean that they're getting higher points than they deserve?
Or
lower
Not
points than they
necessarily. I mean, I mean, they're technically getting more than they deserve if you're saying that what they deserve is the exact number they got.
Exactly. You just proved my point. Thank you.
I don't know what your point is with this though. You
Well,
didn't wait.
so
You
it's
don't
like
want curves in your class? Did you ask your professors not to give you a curve?
No, because when I went to college, I read all the books and I took my tests and I got lower grades than I should have got because of the curve.
What? Hey, dude,
Anyways.
I got a 3.9 GPA, right, in doing economics courses. I was the top of the curve, right, and I didn't get my grade ever negatively impacted by the curve. If anything, it was positively impacted by the curve.
You think your GPA accurately reflects your grades? Sorry, never mind. Your GPA accurately reflects how you participated in college? You think that you deserve a 3.9, or do you think you deserved less or more?
I think I deserve what I got.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. Can I ask you another question?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. And I think, okay, so how do you feel about Charlie Kirk's assassination?
I think that he's a horrible person, but I don't think that means that it wasn't horrible that it happened to him. I don't think that he deserved it. I think that was bad.
Don't think
I think it was
you
horrific.
don't think it was horrible what happened to him? Is that what you just said?
No, I said I do think it's horrible what happened to him.
Okay.
I said
thank
me
you.
thinking that he's a bad person doesn't mean I don't think that it was horrible what happened to him.
Okay. Well, I at least appreciate that you didn't appreciate him as a person, but you think it was horrible. I do appreciate that.
Mhm.
At least you're not like some other people that appreciate him being assassinated.
I mean, I
anyways.
was 30 to 40 feet away when it happened, so.
Yeah, no, I saw the videos and I knew that you were there, and it was fucking terrible. But I do appreciate that you have like calm conversations and you don't like degrade people based
Depends on
on
the
their
person.
views. But like, well, touche.
like if someone gives me that energy, I'll probably give them that energy back.
No, like you definitely need to like mirror people's energy, and I appreciate that you have like conversations with people, but like I don't agree with you on most politics, but at the same time, if you got assassinated, I would not be for that. Like,
yeah, of
I would
course.
be like, that's terrible.
Yeah, of course.
But I just I don't see how you think that your politics are logical, because when I look at the world, I look at it through a lens of common sense, and I feel like you don't do the same thing.
Okay, how do I not use common sense?
Well, tell me a truth for you that you think is true.
Yeah, climate change is caused by humans, and that's based in science.
Yeah? What about cows?
That's still human involvement, because we created that amount of cows. That amount of cows would have not have naturally existed otherwise.
Yeah. So you think that if humans were non-existent, that cows would stop reproducing?
I just think that there wouldn't be near as many cows. Human activity
Why?
caused more cows to exist because we rely on that for food production.
So that's not true, because you could be vegan, you could be vegetarian. I dated a girl that was
I'm not saying.
vegetarian.
Wait, to clarify, I'm not saying that you have to. I'm just saying that we do in our current system.
No, I agree. I'm a meat eater. I'm not a vegetarian or a vegan, but I've dated a vegetarian woman, and I'm just saying that the if there was no meat eaters in the world, that cows would still reproduce and flagellate and produce methane. And so AOC was saying that
Nowhere
we should
near
have
to the
no
degrees that we
cows.
do. I don't think AOC
Huh?
was saying no cows.
But
To be totally honest with you,
I'm just saying.
this is something that we do need to address. I think the manner in which we address it is through technology, right? In reproducing the same level of taste and whatnot you get from like meat, right, through plant-based meats. I think that's inevitably the future,
No,
and that's
I
going to happen.
so
Now,
I
it's
actually
just
like
it's dependent on whether or
Impossible.
not they get better. Some of them are good right
No,
now, right? But
so
they're not the
what
same yet.
have you ever eaten a plant-based burger before?
Yeah.
Yeah, which ones?
I'd have to think back. It's a bunch of different ones.
Oh, so I'll tell you this. I've eaten Impossible burgers
Yeah.
because I dated a girl that was a vegetarian,
Yeah,
and
those are.
she.
I prefer the chicken for Impossible Chicken. I think that's pretty good.
Okay,
Like
well, I'll tell you this. I
I
like
actually
Impossible
relatively commonly
when it
have that.
when it comes to vegetarian burgers. I actually do like Impossible burgers. I go to the supermarket and I buy they're like I can't remember the package is, but it's like this it's like a double stack. It's like a McDouble, I guess. But
Yeah, I
uh,
don't think I like the burgers as much as I like for example like the chicken.
oh, I like the
What's the
burgers
point
more than I
though?
like the chicken. I don't prefer the chicken. But
Mm.
anyways, it's still soy. It's not real, right? But
Okay,
anyways,
that's still real.
it
I mean, the point is that
it's not real
inevitably, if
meat is what
hey,
I'm
dude,
saying.
okay, that's fine. I think that's actually a preferable thing. Like in real terms, I would prefer that we're able to create meat that doesn't rely on the level of cruelty relating to animals as it does. Right now, I think that
So
meat's a
you think
huge.
it's cruel to eat meat?
I think there's a level of cruelty with every single diet we currently have because
Do you eat
of
meat? Are you a carnivore?
I still
Or
do.
sorry,
I still do,
let
but
me
it's something
backtrack.
that
Are
I
you an
inevitably
omnivore?
it's something I
Are
still
you
do,
an
but
omnivore?
inevitably something I want to change off of, like in the future, and I definitely want
All right,
to move
so you
against as
are
a
an omnivore.
society. So let me
So you
clarify.
are an omnivore.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes or no? Okay.
yes.
So you eat meat
Like
currently. Okay, thank you.
yeah, yeah. I'm
And
not saying I don't, but the point I'm making is
and
that
you have
there's
guilt.
level of cruelty in food production across the board because if you actually look at the level of crop deaths that exist, there's crop deaths relating to just any type of crop production. So even if there is crop production to a lesser degree because we're under like a vegetarian or vegan system, there still would be some level that's above our necessary level of caloric intake. So there's still going to be unnecessary cruelty, animal cruelty relating to that. Now, I think that what we want to do as a society is we want to create conditions where we can limit that while still simultaneously getting the things that we need, such as sustenance, right, and foods that we like, right. So I think this
What
is
do you
like a
mean by
technological
crop?
thing that needs to be
What's
addressed.
crop death? What's that
What's that?
mean? What's crop death?
Yeah, so like when harvesting crops, there's some level of
Uh-huh.
death, whether it be in terms of like insects, rodents, and other types of animals, right? When
Oh,
specifically
okay.
like
I
harvesting
didn't
the
understand
crops,
what you meant.
and there,
I get what you're saying. You're
yeah,
saying there's a little bit of like death that comes to animals during harvesting crops.
yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you this then. So you are not an advocate of carnivore people because they have
I think that's just a dumb
inhumane.
diet because of science and because
Hold
it's
on.
bad in terms of health.
Hold on,
Go
Parker.
ahead.
Parker,
Sorry, I
hear
was
me
just
out.
clarifying.
No, yeah, I agree. Okay, fine. But you're saying that you don't agree with carnivore diets because of the inhumane ways that those animals are put to death, okay? Then you're saying that if
That
you
wasn't
are a
necessarily the
herbivore,
reason.
okay, but what's your reason for not being a carnivore?
Because it's horrible for your health.
Well, okay, omnivore.
Yeah, I mean, that's better for your health.
Okay, so I misspoke when I said carnivore. I just meant like you're a meat eater. But like obviously humans are not completely carnivores. They're omnivores. They eat plants and they eat meat. So my question to you is what is the difference between uh, animals that are put down to make food versus plants that are harvested to make food, and then animals die in the process, like you're saying, like mice and rabbits and whatnot. And
What's the distinction? They would say the proportionality.
hold on. One more
The
question.
scale.
Well, and one more question is how is harvesting crops that kill animals in the process not bad as harvesting animals for food?
So I think the point you're trying to make is that both of them have unnecessary animal suffering. They would just say that there's a distinction in the level and the proportionality of it. Now, I get your point in terms of saying that it's above the necessary level of caloric intake, and from that perspective, you would still see it as bad. Again, I think
I'm
the
not talking
solution for
about
this
caloric intake.
moral issue, I think the solution from this moral issue is technological advancement. That's the way I view it. But like, let me just clarify. This has nothing to do with the topic. I do just want to move on back to the topic, but yeah, I do think that's like a technological thing. Like similarly to how we view
Okay, let's
climate
go back
change,
to the
like
topic.
I think
Let's-
that we need to address technologically the change in terms of production of energy in order to be able to change from it. I don't think that just one person not driving a gas
talking
car
about
right
energy, you're
now
talking about
is
energy
necessarily
for
going to
human
fix the
beings?
problem. I think it's a transition over time.
All right,
So
so you wanted to
the
get
reason
back
why
to the
let me tell you
topic.
the
What was
reason why I brought
what
that
was
up.
the
Reason
topic?
why I brought that up is because I believe in science. I'm using common sense to identify this because I believe in science. Trump
Well,
thinks the
that's
climate's
my
going to
whole
start
thing.
cooling.
It's common
Science just
sense
doesn't know it
should
yet.
be what everybody uses, Parker.
What's up?
Common sense should be what everybody uses. So, if you want to get back to the topic, what is the topic that you want to talk about?
Yeah. So originally you were saying that I don't use common sense and that my politics are illogical. And essentially what I was trying to respond with was that climate change is caused by human activity, right? And that's based upon science. And I believe that utilizing my common sense. And Donald Trump believes the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. So he actively doesn't believe in science, right? So it seems like he's not using his
Okay.
common sense there.
So the argument today is climate change. Is that right?
Yeah. That's what I was just saying.
Okay. So what would you say? So if climate change is your argument, what are you saying is going to happen if we don't change our behavior? You're saying that humans are going to cause climate change. If we change nothing and we keep going on the path that we're on, what is going to happen to the planet?
Yeah, so there are multiple different problems. There's a few things,
No,
and I won't be able to.
just
Yeah,
the biggest
I'll tell
one, the number one thing. What's going to happen?
It's
Number
not just
one.
one thing, but I'll tell you. So
The biggest one. What's the
yeah,
biggest one?
increase in global temperature, which makes certain
Okay.
areas of the globe, right, uninhabitable for humans, which leads to
Where?
mass migration to a greater extent because
Where?
of climate-related situations.
Where is that happening?
Well, it's already been happening in areas, especially that are close to sea level, but it happens in areas in
No,
which there is
give
high.
me a country, give me a city, give me a town, give me a place that is happening right now.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you a specific town that it's happening in. Give me
Please.
1 second.
Yeah. Thank you.
I got you.
And I do appreciate that you're respectful. And I hope you feel like I'm being respectful. I don't curse or any of that stuff, but I don't agree with the things that you think, but I still respect you as a person. So I do appreciate that you're not like one of those people that, disrespects people when they're having a debate.
Yeah, for example, there's a community in Louisiana that is having to relocate because of sea level rise and coastal erosion. It's called Isle
So
de
it's
Jean,
only
Charles.
in Louisiana.
It's just one place in Louisiana. I'm not just saying
So
only
where
in
in
Louisiana.
Louisiana? Because
I just told
southern
you.
Louisiana is a huge delta, and it's like a mixture of soil and water. And like I used to live in Mississippi, and I used to go duck hunting because I eat meat. I go duck hunting in the delta. All right. So tell me how is the problem only in Louisiana? Why is it not like the whole coast? We're talking about Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, I all the way up New York, Connecticut, I think is on the coast. I mean, all these, Jersey is on the coast, Maine. Like, how come all these places are not going underwater? Well, you're talking about a delta in Louisiana.
Yeah, so the effects happen to different areas at different levels, right? And coastal erosion can impact communities differently, right? So obviously the sea level rise and coastal erosion isn't going to have the same impact on different areas, especially because of difference in elevation, difference in soil, difference in how close communities are to the sea level, So there's lots of points that we could bring up in relation to that. Also, like infrastructure that they built in response to that. So
So
there's a few,
why
there's
is
a
only one? Why is only one town in Louisiana being
okay. So
affected,
I'm
and
not
not
just
the
saying
whole
one
state?
town is being affected. You just asked for one example.
I did ask for an example, but you're saying that's the example that you're bringing to light.
That's an example.
Then
Yes.
okay, that's fair. But my question is how come they're not? This isn't an example across the whole coast of the United States. Why is that not happening?
Again, like I just told you, there's differences in levels of elevation in terms of sea level and coastal erosion.
When it comes to sea level is level. It's the whole sea. You can't say that one sea level is different than another sea level.
Hey, dude, I'm
Right?
saying
Do you
difference
agree
in
with? Do you agree?
elevation for
Hold on.
communities that are
No, no,
near
no.
the sea, that's
Parker, do you
on the
agree with
coast.
the statement that sea level is sea level no matter where you are?
I'm not disputing that. What you're
Okay, thank
misunderstanding I'm
you.
saying is that it's based on where the
So now
communities are
that we've
located.
established that sea level is sea level, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, that
It does.
global warming would affect all coasts because they are all sea level. So why are you only pinpointing a place in Louisiana that is having
It's
erosion?
dependent on
Because
where the communities are located.
so Parker, listen to me. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, okay? And there is a tributary that feeds into the Ohio River, okay? On that tributary, I'm 38, and my parents, my grandfather used to live in Goshen, and he had a farm out there, and we used to drive there a couple times a week. Right? I've probably been there thousands of times.
Can I pause
used to
real quick
go
so I can
over.
keep us on topic real quick? I just want to address this. Like, this is not a reason to believe climate change isn't real. Okay, most climate scientists indicate this to be true.
Well,
and I'm just
why are
telling
you saying that?
Why did I say that? Because one, it's
Okay,
dependent
so
on
I'm talking about you were talking about erosion. My point is I used to drive over Harrods Creek every day. Anyways, recently Harrods Creek has been eroding the sides, and they've been falling down.
I think
and
I'm
now
the
there's
one needing the
houses
different level
that
of
are
elevation
falling
right
into
now.
Harrods Creek. It's not because of global warming, okay? It's not because of that. Because the creek is so much lower than the sides of this riverbank, okay? So that is not a valid excuse for global warming. There is no global warming, right? People have been
There
saying
is
that
absolutely global warming. What are you talking about? The Earth's temperature on average is increasing. That's a fact.
Yeah, and it's affecting what?
Yeah, it affects the plenty of things, right? It's going to impact.
You said that the town in Louisiana is being
Dude, let me
inundated
explain
with
some
water.
of these
It's not
points.
happening.
I would love to. Let me explain. Okay.
Okay.
So it impacts whether or not people are going to be able to live in certain areas based upon the levels of temperatures. So plenty of people die to a greater extent because of heat exhaustion, because of the fact that it's significantly hotter, and the areas that we're talking about are less habitable. There are going to be.
What about people on the equator?
Oh my Jesus Christ! What's up?
Yeah, people on the equator.
It makes
It's
that
way hotter
makes
there.
it hotter. Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you talking about heat exhaustion? People live on the equator.
Yeah. You don't think people die of heat exhaustion?
I'm not arguing that. I agree with you. People do die of it, but not because of global warming. Because people live on the equator. People have been living on the equator for over 1,000 years, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years.
It's definitely longer
So
than that.
if heat exhaustion was a deal breaker for human existence, nobody would live on the equator.
Okay, well, even though heat exhaustion happens in those,
make sense?
listen, even though heat exhaustion happens in those circumstances, right? That doesn't mean that people have completely moved out of those areas. Now, obviously, humans have adapted to those areas, right? And it's like there are certain conditions in which allow
How
for
did
humans.
they adapt?
Oh my Jesus Christ! Let me please finish,
Parker,
man.
this is my thing: is that you're blaming heat exhaustion. Sorry,
I'm just
you're
trying to
blaming
explain it,
global
man.
warming on
I'm
heat
trying to give
exhaustion?
you the explanation. I promise you, man.
Okay, go ahead. I'm
Let
sorry.
me do it,
I didn't mean
please.
to interrupt you.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
I'm
I'm
sorry.
just saying areas in which, again, there is such high temperatures already, making those temperatures even higher is bringing it to levels that humans have not adapted to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's gonna cause worse off sets of scenarios for those humans, and they're gonna have to migrate out of those areas. Okay, so that's one
Yeah.
thing. Two,
How come no one's
it also
migrated from the
creates
equator?
it also creates different conditions for agricultural development. So again, if there's different climate conditions, different temperatures, that's going to affect the crops and the yield that you get in certain areas.
Why do people live in Ecuador? Why do people live in Ecuador?
Do you know that certain crops are dependent upon the environmental conditions within that area, and that's why they're grown in that area? And that not all crops are
And
grown in all areas?
which crops are only grown in Ecuador? Tell me that.
I'd have to specifically look. I'm not sure.
Well, you're making a claim that there are certain crops that are grown in certain areas that are on the equator. So which
I'm sorry, if
ones
you
are
don't
they?
know that there are certain crops grown in areas than others, then why? Tell me why we.
I understand that there are crops
Wait,
grown
I'm
in
sorry.
certain areas,
Tell
but
me
you
why
made-
in the Midwest. Tell me why in the Midwest we're not
Parker,
growing
you
bananas.
made the claim.
No, answer the question.
You
Tell me
made the claim.
why are we not growing bananas in the
Support it.
Midwest?
Bananas in the Midwest because it's a tropical.
It relies on a tropical environment, so it's almost like the
Yes.
certain type of crop
Okay.
depends upon the
Oh,
environment
does
it's
that
in.
mean that it needs to be warm?
Yeah,
Like,
it's got to be warm.
Yeah. So global warming. What are we talking about? Anyways,
Not all
you
crops are
said-
grown in those conditions, dude.
you're
And also,
saying
we're
that-
changing the environment in all of these different areas. So there's going to
there's
be a
no more-
difference
so
in
you're
the
saying
set of
bananas are gonna
environment, and
become
it's going to require
extinct?
then different sets of soil and conditions to grow things, and we don't know how that's going to operate or work.
Well, guess what?
It creates
I
a lot
live
of
in
unknowns.
Kentucky. So I live in Kentucky. I can't grow an avocado tree. So what? That doesn't make any. Your argument doesn't make any sense. Obviously, bananas and avocados have to be grown in warm tropical areas. I get that. I'm not doing that with you. My point is that you're making an argument that global warming is happening and it's affecting the whole planet, but you don't have
I'm not
any
just making
evidence.
this argument. I'm telling you what climate scientists have a consensus on, okay?
Yeah.
I'm telling you what the science is. So you said I don't use common sense, yet you're arguing to me right now that the consensus amongst climate scientists is inaccurate. Like, you're saying you know more than the
I gave you
consensus of
evidence.
climate scientists.
I gave you evidence. I'm using common
No,
sense.
you didn't.
That's what my evidence
You're
is.
not using common sense. You are not giving us evidence. You
how
are
am I not
denying
using common
consensus in the scientific community based upon
So,
no
Parker,
research,
let me
no
ask you this.
evidence, no
How-
information, and only just
Parker.
questions.
Parker, how am I not using common sense? Please tell me.
Because if you were using common sense, you would identify that those that have PhDs in the matter know more than you. And that if they have a
No, that's not
consensus on
common
this
sense.
particular issue in science, that they
you don't
definitely have
need a
better
P-
basis and evidence than you
Parker,
have for
you
your
don't
own
need
position.
a PhD for common sense. Okay.
Apparently, for this
If I-
for this
Well, no, hold on.
topic,
Apparently it means
you
nothing.
do.
Here's common sense.
I agree. I
Here's
agree that you don't need a
Parker, I'm gonna
PhD
give
for
you-
common sense. I don't have a PhD, yet I'm still able to use common sense. You're just lacking your usage of common sense when you identify that you think you know more or know better than what the people with PhDs that have studied this for decades have indicated to be true. Okay? Hey, Thomas, you have to unmute. There you go.
All right, sorry. Here's common sense. You're a white man, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't need to use science to do that. That was my eyes looking at you and saying, this makes sense, okay? So the fact that when you use common sense, you don't need to have a PhD for that, okay? So the fact that you're bringing in science and all this other jazz and PhDs
Can I ask you a
and
question?
masters and whatnot. Yeah,
Can
go
I ask you a
ahead.
question? What is market equilibrium? Like
Say
in
that again?
economics. What's market equilibrium in economics?
Mark what?
Market equilibrium. What is that in economics?
Market equilibrium.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've been in college, and I did do Econ 101, or maybe it was like 102. But I would assume, based on the what your market, it's like where I don't know.
Okay, that's okay. This is a part of my
can I
point.
make a guess?
Go ahead.
Is that it's where it's like supply and demand, I guess. Like it equilibrates between. I don't know. I don't know what.
Hey,
listen,
you
I
are
don't have
honestly
a
pretty
fucking-
close. It's the
degree in economics.
It's fine. Yeah,
So
this is the point I'm making. This is the point you don't have a degree in economics. It's almost like maybe someone with a degree on economics who's done the research would be able to make a better determination of what's true about economics than someone who has not got the
yeah,
degree
but
in economics,
you're
right?
you're bringing in, but that doesn't mean that's not the definition of common sense.
No,
Common
no, no.
sense.
I'm trying to demonstrate to you that it's
So
common
let me ask
sense
you
to
this. So
understand
you
that
asked me
someone
the
who's done more
definition of
research
market.
would have more idea of what they're
So
talking about.
Parker,
So, by the way, I'll tell
Parker,
you what it
you
is.
asked me.
Market equilibrium is the
Okay.
intersection between supply and
Okay.
demand. You are pretty close, but the point is that I have a
Okay.
degree in
I was, so
economics.
I wasn't.
Listen,
I wasn't. That was common sense. I just used
hey,
fucking
dude.
common sense.
Hey, dude. Hey, dude.
Okay. So
Hey,
listen.
dude. Can I
Let
please
me
make a
ask you
point
this.
without you
What
cutting
is
me
the
off, dude? I'm trying to
definition?
make a point, and you're not letting me make the point.
Okay. Go ahead. Make your point. I'm sorry.
Oh my God. Okay, so the point I am trying to make is that again, someone who has an understanding. By the way, you happened to get pretty close, but that was like the easiest question I could have asked you. I
With
can ask
common
you.
sense, by the way. Can we put that in
Oh
there? I
my
use common
Jesus
sense.
Christ, dude! Can you listen to me and stop cutting me off? I've been way too nice to you. Stop. Seriously, dude. I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to explain this to you, and you're not letting me explain it to you, and you keep cutting me off and not listening and
Well,
misunderstanding what
I
I'm
just wanted to
saying.
put that in there that you said I was close.
Okay, do it after. Do it
And I was
after.
using
Do
common
it
sense
after.
to
After I'm
come
done
to a
speaking,
conclusion.
please. Do it after I'm done
Okay, go
speaking. Is that
ahead.
okay?
Go ahead, Parker. Go ahead.
Alrighty. Okay. So again, the point I'm trying to make is that again, someone who has a degree, someone who has researched, someone who has looked into the evidence, knows more about the topic than someone who has not. You don't have a degree in environmental science. You don't have a degree, right, in that at all. You don't have a PhD. So someone clearly who has a PhD is going to be more likely to make a determination. We're not just looking at one person who has a PhD. We're looking at the overall consensus amongst individuals who are climate scientists. So those that are specialized in dealing with the climate, have researched into this, come to this conclusion at mass. Okay? And I'm saying they're better at making a determination about climate scientists, right, or climate science than Thomas, because Thomas has not got a degree in climate science, has not done the research, and is asking questions. I understand the questions you have, but
I didn't ask
you have to understand that the
questions about it.
Go ahead.
I said I didn't ask questions about climate. You made a claim.
You were asking questions
and-
about the why does the
Because you made the
erosion,
claim.
why does coastal erosion happen differently in different areas? So I was explaining it to you, and I'm telling you again, people who know best about this are climate scientists. They've done the research. They're going to know more than you on this topic, and if they're coming to a consensus that climate change is caused by human activity, that's true. Okay. Do you not listen to doctors at all? Do you not look at the consensus in science ever?
Well, that's a universal statement. You're saying that. Do you do this ever? Okay. Obviously, I listen to doctors. If a doctor tells me that I have prostate cancer, obviously I'm going to listen to them. Okay.
Why?
Because I'm going to die if I have prostate cancer.
Because
But
they know more
guess
than
what
you.
I'm going to do.
And you know there
Hold
are
on,
people
hold on.
that. Oh, sorry, I'm not going to cut you
So-
off.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry that I cut you off. But what I would do if a doctor told me I had prostate cancer is I would get a second opinion. Okay? I wouldn't just take his word for it. Even though he has a PhD in butthole cancer. Okay? It doesn't matter if someone has a PhD. Okay, I take that back. It does matter if people have PhDs. Okay, I rescind that. But my point is that when you use common sense, like I did to answer your question about your environment question, I got really close based on common sense. Okay, I didn't get it exactly, but my common sense steered me in the right direction, even though I don't have a PhD in the environment. Okay, so the fact that you're saying that it takes a PhD level to understand something is absurd. It's
Some
absurd.
things are like that. Some things are like
So
that.
hold on. Do you have
Go ahead.
a PhD?
No, but I accept the
No.
determinations
Okay.
from
So
people
then
with
why?
PhDs.
Then you can't talk about anything because you don't have a PhD.
I can talk about it with people.
Based on your
Let me explain.
logic, you cannot discuss any topics unless you have a PhD.
That's
That
not what
is
I'm
your
saying.
logic.
That's not what I'm
Yes,
saying.
you did.
That's not
That
what I'm
is
saying.
exactly what you just
That's
said.
not
You
what
said
I'm
that
saying.
you can't talk
Can I
about
please explain?
environments because you don't have a PhD in environment.
Okay.
You don't
I
have a
never said that
PhD
you
in
can't
anything.
talk about that.
You can't
I
be
just said that
you
if
can't
there's
talk about anything.
oh my God, if there's a consensus in the community of people who have PhDs, I'm going to accept that. Okay. If there was a consensus amongst economists, right, with
So
PhDs that something is true, I would say that's very good reason to indicate that's true. Consensus does not happen very commonly within these fields. So when it does happen, it indicates that. And by the way, you said you'll listen to a doctor and then you look for a second opinion. You're still looking for people who have the specific understanding, right? And you're looking for people within that field. If there's a consensus amongst doctors about what you should do and someone were to disagree with it, because plenty of people, they go into hospitals and they won't do what the doctors have said, right? They won't do. They
there's a
won't
lot of
listen to
people that
them.
go to doctors
Oh my God,
and they
please
get
let me
different diagnoses from different doctors.
Can you repeat
Yes
to
or
me
no?
what my point was? What was my point?
I'm sorry. Repeat your point then.
So stop cutting me off.
We've been
because
going
now
in circles.
now I have to repeat everything I just said. How much we're wasting time now, bro? Instead of you listening to me, right? And then you could have just responded once I'm done. It would have taken less time if we did that.
Sorry. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Continue.
Okay.
That's
it's
on
okay.
me.
It's okay. I think some level of interruptions are okay, but the manner you're doing it right now, it's limiting your ability to understand the conversation.
Touche. I apologize. Continue.
Okay. So when you're looking for a second opinion, you're still looking for people that specifically have that specialized understanding. And if there's a consensus in that particular field, that's going to be multiple different second opinions. So that's a third opinion, a fourth opinion, a fifth opinion, like amongst many, and indicating a consensus that 97% of climate scientists indicate this to be true. So I think that if there's something that 97% of doctors indicated you should do for your own medical health, you'd listen to it, right?
I would say, yeah, that's a fair assessment if that's true.
That's my point. Is that they are going to know better than you. I'm not saying you can't talk about this. I'm just saying that they do know better than you, so you should listen to them and try to understand where they're coming from.
Touche. You just gave me a what if. If all doctors, 97, not all, I apologize, 97% of doctors agree, okay? You just gave me a what if. What if I go to 3 doctors and they all give me different opinions about my prostate cancer, whether or not I have it in me? What do I do now? And they all have PhDs.
You might look for people specifically to make that clear.
To
you don't know what to
confirm
do
that
in
I
that
have
context.
cancer?
No, I said to make it clear specifically what the context is.
Yeah, but I went to 3 different PhDs. They're all supposed to be experts in prostate cancer.
Yeah, I
So
understand.
why am I
And
getting
if they're
3 different
if they're
opinions?
giving you different determinations, well then you can try to go to more people to then try and clarify. Otherwise, and by the way, they have MDs, not PhDs, but what are you laughing
I just
at?
destroyed your argument. I'm
You didn't
destroyed your
destroy
argument in
anything.
like 2 seconds. Yeah,
None of
because
that
you
destroyed it.
said if you have a PhD, you're an expert. But I went to 3 different PhDs, and they all told me that I have different diagnoses.
Yeah, so there might be a situation where there's not a clear diagnosis.
Well,
So
that's another if.
That's
again,
that's
but
it.
Yeah.
What do you mean? That's not another if. That's what was true in that
You're
circumstance in
saying
the
that
hypothetical scenario you brought up.
that must be the only outcome if 3 people don't agree on the same thing that have PhDs. It must be that
I never said it must be. I said the most likely explanation is this.
Okay, so what would be the explanation if 3 different doctors say 3 different things about my health? What would the explanation be?
It depends on the situation. I don't know. But I would say there's most likely not a clear diagnosis there.
Of course, that's my point. Is that so? These PhDs. So if there's 3 people that have PhDs,
If there was
that have
consensus,
diagnosed me,
if you went to 100 doctors and they all indicated you should do the same thing, would you say that's good reason to do
if
it?
I went to 100 doctors, yes, I would do it. But my point
Okay.
is that I went to 3 doctors. They all said 3 different things. Which one should I do? They all have PhDs.
I think in that circumstance, you
which one
don't
should I
know,
do?
and it's a little bit more unclear. But I don't think that responds to my point. Like, my
That
point is about
happens, though.
consensus. Of course it happens. Like, what's confusing about what I said? You didn't own me. You didn't destroy my argument at all.
I'm not. I wasn't trying to own you, buddy.
You just said that you were. You just said that you destroyed my argument.
No, I never said I was trying to own you. That
You just said that
words
you
never came out of
destroyed my
mouth. You put words
argument.
in
It
my
was
mouth.
clear that you were trying to own me.
No, wasn't trying to own you. I was just saying that your argument is invalid because you're saying that PhDs have the end all be all, and I'm
dude.
inferring. You were inferring that
you're not understanding.
PhDs,
I said if there's a consensus amongst individuals that have a specialization within a particular field, that's pretty good evidence to indicate that this is true. That's what I said.
Okay, I'll give you that. Touche.
Okay, so can we at least acknowledge from a baseline that if you utilize common sense, you listen to experts, right, that have a consensus on the matter?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Common sense.
So when Trump says that climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet, and there's a climate consensus indicating otherwise, is it common sense to hold his position?
Wait, say that again?
Yeah. If Donald Trump says the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet, and the climate consensus amongst climate scientists indicates otherwise, is it common sense to believe what Donald Trump believes?
Hold on. Did Donald Trump say that the Earth is cooling?
Yeah, he said the Earth is cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet.
He really said that?
Yeah, you want me to play the clip?
I don't need you to play it. I believe you. But to be honest with you, as a man that I feel like I have a very good grasp on intelligence, I don't know if the Earth is cooling or heating up.
Okay, it is heating up, and it doesn't sound like that's true. But listen to this. Listen to this.
So I think one area of mutual agreement and priority is vegetation management. But I think we want to work with you to really recognize the changing climate and what it means to our forests and actually work together with that science. That science is going to be key, because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, we're not going to succeed together protecting Californians.
Okay, it'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Hey, well, I don't think science knows, actually.
Okay.
I mean,
He's also said that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. And he said we should look into nuking hurricanes, making them radioactive to try to fight against them. Okay?
Look,
I don't think these are,
I agree with you.
common
Trump
sense.
says- I'm not arguing that Trump says ridiculous things sometimes, okay? I did vote for him, and I am a Republican, and I would say, moderately conservative. But he does say ridiculous shit. I'm not going to argue with you, okay? That was dumb, okay? Nuking hurricanes is dumb. I'm not gonna argue with you on that. I agree with you. But the fact that he says that the Earth is cooling doesn't mean that the Earth is heating up.
Wait, repeat what you just said?
I said that you said that Trump said the Earth is cooling, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Or it's
so
gonna
just
start
because
cooling.
he said it's cooling doesn't mean it's true. I don't believe what he said.
Yeah,
Just
but
because I voted for him doesn't mean I believe everything he says.
But I'm asking you, is it common sense?
No, common sense says no.
Okay, so then here's my point.
Common sense says it's not heating up either. Cooling or heating up. Show me a place that has gone underwater because of
stop.
warming.
Wait, do you agree the temperature of the Earth on average is higher now than what it was 50 years ago?
I wasn't alive 50 years ago. I'm only 38 years old.
You don't need to be 50 years old to answer this question. Okay.
Be honest with you, I can't answer that because I don't know.
I'll tell you.
I can tell
The
you-
average temperature of the globe has gone up.
Okay.
We have records of this, okay? There is evidence. That's what climate scientists are pointing towards. And you should go to nasa.gov and you should read about climate change. I think that'd be very helpful. Listen to the experts themselves and what they have to say. I would love if there were more
Yeah.
experts with
I mean,
platforms where social media, people on social media went and saw those people who are experts and, engaged with their content to a greater extent. I always love when specialists do that. But we don't have that level of accessible information always. So the point I'm trying to make is that you should go and look towards what they are saying, because there is content out there. It just doesn't always get the most push on social media.
well, I mean, you can put content out there about anything. Doesn't make it true.
Okay, I'm talking about from
And
experts.
I'm reverting back to common sense. Like I said,
Okay,
I
is
have
supporting
not.
Trump common sense? Who has more common sense, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
I would say Trump.
Can you give me examples?
100%. Oh man, okay, you're putting me on the spot. Give me a second. I would say common sense when it comes to like economical stuff. To be specific, man, you really put me on the spot here. I know I made that. Hold on. Okay, I would say that the tariffs make sense. If China is charging us, and I'm making numbers up right now, 30%, and we're charging them 10%, it makes sense to raise our tariffs to 30%, okay? Because that country is charging us more than we're charging them for imports. So how is that not common sense?
Okay,
And
well,
I'm not talking about these are not real numbers. I made that number up, but I do know that there's countries out there that are charging us higher tariffs than we charge them. So why does it not make sense to charge them the same tariffs that they charge us, or
because
more?
we're not doing that. We're charging them significantly more. And also, by the way, the tariffs that you're talking about are on targeted industries. If Trump places an overall universal tariff, that's nowhere near that. Plus, in these circumstances where he gets them to reduce them, he doesn't even fully reduce the tariffs himself. So, okay, why is this a bad thing? Because it increases prices for American consumers. It decreases the conditions in terms of allyship with other countries around the world, especially our allies. It harms export industries
Which
in this
allies
country that
have we
rely on
lost?
sending their products to other countries around the world. Well,
Which
I think
allies
that
have we lost?
we've heavily reduced allyship, specifically with like Canada and especially Europe.
Yeah. So Canada, if we got invaded, you think Canada would be like, well, you're on your own?
I think that Canadians, obviously in that circumstance, would be obligated due to NATO. But what you're not understanding is that Canadians are not very happy with the current administration, right? They are literally boycotting industries in the United States because
You're
of this.
speaking
So
for
what
all
I'm saying
Canadians now.
is it's making
You're
us.
speaking for all Canadians,
I'm not speaking
which
for
you
all
shouldn't do,
I'm not
because I
speaking
know
for all
that there
Canadians.
are Canadians that don't agree, that agree with Trump.
Yeah, I
Like,
understand. Can you
take the
stop cutting me off
Canadian.
and let me finish my point, please?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm not speaking for all Canadians. I'm saying Canadians are boycotting American products, and most Canadians are not happy with this current administration because this current administration has literally talked about annexing them. This current administration has negatively impacted their economy and our economy by imposing tariffs. He's engaged in threats rather than engaging in mutually beneficial, right, compromise that benefits both sides, right? That's what people are looking for. They're looking for America and Canada to work together and to be friendly. They're not looking for America and Canada to, right, have this type of negative relationship. And I'm just saying that Trump has made the relationship worse than what it was. And that's not just for Canada, it's for plenty of other countries, especially European countries.
So let me say this then. So you're saying that the relationship because of Trump is worse now with Canada. So let's
Absolutely.
say that you're dating a girl that is toxic, okay? And the relationship is going good in her eyes and your eyes. But then you start putting up boundaries, okay? I'm not going to put up with this. I'm not going to put up with that. Now the relationship goes south. Does that make you the bad person because you put up boundaries?
No, I don't think putting up boundaries necessarily
Thank you.
implies that you're doing something wrong. It depends on what you're specifically talking about and what you're trying to consider a boundary, because obviously there could be certain things that wouldn't make sense. But
Well, obviously,
yeah, but
there's
the
unrealistic
point that I'm
boundaries.
making is that I don't think that Trump is imposing good standards or even boundaries in this context. Could you tell me
Yeah,
like
that's
what
what you
boundary
think.
you're
I think
referencing?
he is imposing good boundaries.
Like for example, if you were
That's
to impose a boundary on your partner that they have to pay you every single time you do something, right? Like, would you say that that would be like a good boundary to set in most relationships?
I would say that there's a lot of women out there that would agree with you on that. If you do this, you owe me that.
Okay. So like I should start billing my girlfriend for emotional support?
No, I would say she would bill you for emotional support.
Wait, so why not the other way around?
I agree with you. Why not the other way around?
That's absurd. No one's gonna be billing that. That'd be absurd to say that like you bill
Exactly,
your
it is
partner
absurd.
for any time you give them emotional support. That's absurd. Okay.
I agree with you. That is absurd. But my point
Okay.
is,
Do you understand the
that
point I'm making?
so do you think it's fair that we're imposing the same? So let's say that there's a country imposing 15% tariffs, and we have 0%. Do you think it's fair that we impose 15% on them?
Wait, repeat what you just said. Sorry.
Okay. So let's say there's a country, and I'm making this up, that does 15% tariffs on us, and I'm sure there's a country out there that does that, and then we went from 0 to 15% tariffs. Do you think that's fair?
Do they have it on every good?
Universal. It's across the board for this country. They're charging us.
I would say it's only
product that
fair.
we bring into that country charges us 15%.
I understand. So
and we were at 0. And
you're
now Trump
misunderstanding
said,
how
that's
to tariff.
not fair.
You're
They're
misunderstanding
charging
how
us
tariffs work.
15%. Now we're gonna charge 15%.
You don't know how tariffs work.
No,
So-
I understand how tariffs work.
Okay, so
do
tell us.
Do you want
What
to
is
tell
a
me how
tariff?
they work, real quick?
I will. What's a tariff?
Okay. Okay.
Say
what?
Tell me first. You tell me first. What is a tariff?
Oh. So a tariff is a tax on goods that come from other countries
into our country. So imported goods. So and who pays that
Correct.
tax?
The importer.
The American business importing the product, and it's passed down to the American.
It doesn't even have to
consumer.
be an American business. It could be a Chinese business.
No.
You're telling me that if there's a Chinese business in the United States that brings product from China,
That
they're
would be an
not paying
American
tariffs?
business.
No.
So there's an American business.
Do you think that oh man, Nvidia is an American business?
If you're importing products, what I mean is that the American business located in America, okay? So you're misunderstanding my point. It's a business that's located in America.
Just because you're here doesn't mean you're American business.
Oh my
There
god,
are
dude.
Chinese
This is
businesses.
shut the fuck up. Dude, this is such
Hey,
an
you don't
irrelevant
have to
point.
curse.
It's such an irrelevant point to bring up. Dude, to bring up something relevant, okay? Let me explain to you what a tariff is, because you don't know what it is, okay? American
explain it to
businesses,
me then.
when I say American businesses, I mean businesses that are in America and importing their products from other countries, okay? So that's who pays the tax. And it's passed down to the American consumer because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution. It is not paid by the foreign country. It is not paid by a foreign business. It is paid by the American individuals in this country, right? Because of consumer products prices going up. So if we impose a tariff on a different country, it will be American citizens paying for that. So I don't necessarily think it's fair. I think that it could be used as a method for negotiation to bring down the overall level of tariff, but the inevitable goal is to get rid of the tariff, not impose one in that context. Whereas Donald Trump's economic policy was to impose tariffs so that we could, quote unquote, bring back manufacturing to the country. The issue with that is that real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got into office. Okay?
Okay, so then let me ask you this. If you're a foreign company and tariffs are being imposed on you and your production, or not your production, your consumerism, people that consume your product decrease because of the tariffs, What are you gonna do?
So you might say that they would try to decrease labor standards in that example in order to be able to provide or compete in the market.
Supply and
given
demand,
that it's
right?
existing there. What you're not understanding is that again you can only do so to a certain extent, and the profit margins for companies that are importing products would be lower, right, comparative to in this context because the fact that there's so much competition on a global stage, right? So there's a lot of competition, and it's going to reduce profit margins for companies in that context. Many of the profits are going to happen once the products are already brought into the United States.
Right. So they're decreasing their profits because people won't buy them because they're too expensive. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but again, what you're not understanding is that most
So
of the
then how do
costs
they increase their
is passed on to the
profits?
consumer.
They move here and open facilities here so that they forego the tariffs.
But the issue
which is what so you're saying that Trump's tariffs have not brought businesses from foreign countries back to America? Is
Yeah,
that
they
what you're saying?
haven't. No, they haven't, because real domestic
Oh, okay.
manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office, meaning that there's less investment in manufacturing investment in this country than what it was under the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
I can show you a source. Do you want me to show you?
Yeah, shoot.
Okay. This is from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, and you can find this on the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
And Parker, where are you from, by the way?
I currently live in LA. I grew up in Iowa.
Grew up in Iowa, really? Interesting.
I moved.
Yeah,
like,
my ex lives in Iowa now.
Interesting.
She's a Hawkeye. Did you
W
grow up in
Hawkeyes. Love Hawkeyes.
Yeah, what city is that? It's not Des Moines. Where's Hawkeyes?
Here, just take a look at this. So you see this? This is when Trump got in office here, and you see it's declined since he's got in office. Where under Biden, there's a massive increase.
What was that? Hold on. Dollars seasonally adjusted annual rate quarterly non-residential structure.
Yeah, it's just accounting for inflation.
What? Can you zoom out a smidge? Because I can't see the top. There we go. It says something private. Oh, real private fixed investment non-residential structures manufacturing. So you're saying,
and this is Trump's first term. There was a decline under Trump's first term as well. And then this is when, this is when he got into office, right here. This is when he leaves office.
No, I see the chart. I get it. So you're saying this big increase in manufacturing in the United States came from foreign investment, like people that came back to the United States? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the policies the Biden-Harris administration engaged in were better for increasing the level of manufacturing in this country, whereas under Trump's administration, the issue is that it causes materials that come from countries around the world to be more expensive, and because not every aspect of the production process is in this country, it causes manufacturing to be more expensive in this country because 1/3 of the materials, right, that companies rely on to manufacture come from countries around the world.
And what was that source from again?
The Bureau of Economic Analysis. You can find it on the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Is that a .gov site?
I think so. The St. Louis Federal Reserve is from the Federal Reserve. No,
so
it's
it's gotta be
.org. It's
.gov.
.org.
It's .org. Okay.
The government, the BEA is.
So
I'm
it's
pretty
not.
sure that's
It's not a government site then.
the
It's an
BEA,
organization.
the Bureau of Economic Analysis, is a government.
Yeah, but
the
site
BEA
that you
is a
quoted
government
was
source.
an organization. It wasn't even the government that posted those numbers.
Do you know what the Federal Reserve is? It's the Central Bank of America.
Yeah, and it's government. It's not an organization.
Hey, dude, the source is from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, which is a government source.
Yeah, it should be .gov, not .org.
It is .gov. The BEA is .gov.
Okay. Because I just asked you and you said .org.
Yeah, listen. This is a database that you can get from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. This is where literally I learned in economics classes to find economic data. It makes it really easy. This is where the graph is located. The graph data is from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, which is a government source. Does that make sense? So the St. Louis
No,
Federal
I
Reserve
understand.
is a
I
.org
understand the words
website.
that you're saying.
Yeah, the St. Louis Federal Reserve is a .org website, but this is just so that you can visualize it, because the data is
Yeah.
from the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Well, then it would be .gov.
The Bureau of Economic Analysis is .gov.
Yeah, but where you're pulling your source from is not .gov. It's .org, which is an
Holy
organization.
shit! I'm sorry. Are you actually this stupid? I'm not trying to be rude here. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Are you serious? Are you being serious right now?
Parker, I'm not calling you names. I'm not cursing at
I'm
you.
not
I
trying to
appreciate
do that. I actually genuinely I have no other way of explaining it. Genuinely, like,
Well, yeah,
are you being are you
say what
purposefully
just
being
said
dense
without
right
being
now?
Disrespectful, but here, look, I'm saying that you are saying that the government is saying this, and they're not. Okay, you're talking about an organization website, not a government website. Even if it was a government website, doesn't mean I believe it. Okay, I need. So if I told you that there was a government website .gov that said Trump was right about everything, would you believe it?
No, because it would be a
No,
partisan
you
source,
wouldn't. You would
right?
want
Would I believe a government non-independent?
Exactly. You would want proof.
Would I believe an independent source from the government? Yes. The issue is that there are plenty of government sources that are not, right? They are partisan, okay? Like, for example, the White House archives are a partisan source. It says .gov, but it's partisan. Whereas the Bureau of Economic Analysis, yeah, that's just not viewed the same way. You can unmute yourself now. I have a few people to thank as well, everyone. Allison, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know, right? And thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Allison. Thank you. Holly with the $3. Thank you so much, Holly. Morgan, thank you for the $10. Absolutely Dunning-Kruger effect. Kevin with the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Kevin in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Kevin. Absolutely, it's important to bring awareness to climate change. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Hey,
W's
Parker,
for
can I
Kevin
ask
in
you
the
a
comment
question real
section
quick?
right now. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it, Stephanie. Can we get some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now as well? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's true, Stephanie. That's absolutely true. It's happening across the coast. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashley. I really appreciate it. Of course. Thank you. Thank you so much. Louisa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Giorgio, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you as well. Louisa, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. I have some people to thank on YouTube
Parker.
too, and then we'll go on and continue on the conversation. Give it one
Yeah,
second.
I
Yes?
want to thank all your supporters as well for all the
Of
money
course.
that they gave you. That's
Yeah,
great and all.
Yeah, Democracy Dies
Good
in
for
Darkness. Thank
you.
you for the
Good for them.
$5. I really appreciate it,
Can
Pretty
you,
Princess.
Can you give me another argument that you don't like about Trump?
Pretty Princess, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $7. Thank you so much. Good some W's for Pretty Princess in the comment section. Cornell, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said that science is about observing the world in order to forecast future events. Common sense is not science any lax. Is that true? True. It's about evidence. It's about facts and probability. Lord, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's so funny. Eccentrical, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. I really appreciate it. True. That is true. The temperatures of the ocean is increasing, which affects coral reefs. That's totally true. Invader, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said global sea level has risen, 8 inches since 1880, and the growth from 1993 to now is half. Total of 3.99 inches. By 2100, it's projected to be 2 feet. True. Midlife Maddie, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. Andrew, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I know, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Andrew, give me some W's for Andrew in the comment section. Madden with the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Madden. Thank you so much for the information. Thank you. Antarctic, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 5. Doug, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I think I am fully caught up as well as Mad Scramble. Thank you for the $2. All right, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Riley, again, as well, thank you for the $3.50. I appreciate it. All right, now you can respond. Now you can go. Ask me your question.
Thank God.
Holy shit.
Same here. Anyways.
I'm sorry, you don't have basic patience.
Beside global warming, What else is it that you think Trump is wrong about?
Yeah, I
The
have
biggest,
plenty.
the biggest one, because I know you have plenty. I know, Parker. I know you have plenty. Give me the biggest one. Global warming. You don't agree? Okay, fine. All right. Is that the biggest issue? What's your biggest issue with Trump?
Well, it would be him lying about sexual abuse.
And lying about what sexual abuse?
He was held liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Okay. And she can't remember any dates or times.
She said between 1995 to 1996. There's also many pieces of evidence and our friends that verified a legitimate story over multiple decades because they heard about it at this particular time. There were plenty of other people that specifically that were at Bergdorf Goodman, the store, that worked there, that talked about how that particular floor would be empty at that particular time. There was DNA on a dress where Trump was given multiple years to give up his DNA, but he chose not to. And if he did so, it could have proven under his own view that he wasn't the scene of the crime. He said that they never had met. There's a picture of them shown together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, he mistook her with his ex-wife, right? Indicating that he would have sexually abused her either way. There are 26 plus victims that have accused him of sexual misconduct, many of which, or a few of which, talked about those experiences in the case that we're talking about.
Let me ask
there was
you
the psychologist that verified the trauma that she went through.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If you went camping with a bunch of friends, okay, and you woke up and your butt hurt, would you tell anybody?
What? Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you saying that if I got sexually assaulted, would I tell people that I got sexually assaulted?
Yeah.
I think that in that circumstance, I probably would. Yeah, maybe I.
Okay, so
maybe
why
to be honest with you, I don't know because I actually I genuinely I don't think I would be able to come up on live and talk about an experience like that impacted me because that's incredibly traumatic. Like I don't know if I would be able to talk about that on live. What type of question is that?
Traumatic.
By the way, many victims take decades to come out, and it's not evidence that that didn't happen to them, that they didn't come out right away. I think it's ridiculous for you to assume that, and that's obviously an absurd talking point. But yeah, genuinely, I don't know if I would be strong enough to talk about that on the stream. Like that's incredibly violating.
What I'm saying is that if I was sexually assaulted, I'm saying shit immediately.
Okay, and that's how you would respond to it, but you can't say that's true for everyone else who's been victimized.
Parker, you said the same thing. You said that if you were sexually assaulted, you would say something immediately. I just asked you that, and you said yes. So why is this woman?
I genuinely don't know in that circumstance. I wouldn't be able to talk about it on live. Maybe I would tell like loved ones or people around me, but that's also what E. Jean Carroll did. E. Jean Carroll told E. Jean Carroll.
So if you got sexually assaulted in the woods camping with your friends, and you woke up and you were sexually assaulted, you wouldn't go to the police immediately? You would just tell your friends?
I don't know how I would respond in that circumstance, to be totally honest with you.
Oh, come on, man.
It is very true.
I'll tell you how I respond.
I understand. Shut the fuck up. I don't care. Okay? That's not a prescription for how everyone else would respond. Stop saying your method of response in that circumstance would be the same as everyone else. It is annoying that you're trying to do that. I care about victims who are assaulted. You don't give a shit about them. And you think that if they don't come out right away, that it didn't happen to them. Well, I know multiple people where it took them decades to come out, where it took them a lot of time to come out and talk about what happened to them. And you would sit there and you would fucking say that it didn't happen to them because they wouldn't respond the same way that you did? Unmute your microphone and respond. Hello?
Oh, sorry. I keep getting muted somehow. I don't know why.
Yeah, you
my
must be
point
muting
is that if I was sexually assaulted and you already admitted that if you were sexually assaulted, you would speak up immediately. And you didn't say anything about going to the police. You said you'd tell your friends. Whatever. I would go to the police immediately if I was sexually assaulted. Why are these women waiting 20 years to bring this to light.
Because
And
of men like you.
hold on. No, come on. I've never sexually assaulted anybody.
But you sit up on the live stream and you defend them. You vote for them.
I'm not defending.
Right? You don't believe the
saying-
victims even after they've held their abuser accountable in a civil court with a
Just
unanimous
because
decision
a
of 9 people and a jury. You
just
reinforce the exact same culture that literally
It was a
limits for victims from
civil
coming out.
suit,
Stop. Listen.
Parker.
You reinforce the same culture that literally leads to victims not coming out right away, and then you blame them for not coming out right away. You don't believe them because they didn't come out right away. You are the reason why victims do not come out right away. You are the reason why culture exists in this way. It's not just you alone. It's you amongst a lot of other people that sit up here and come up on this live stream and fucking defend rapists and people who have assaulted women, right? Just by saying that, oh, they should have come out right away. And because they didn't come out right away, that means this didn't happen to them. As if you probably don't have a single person in your life that specifically that this has happened to where it took them decades to come out. I know multiple people. And you're going to sit there and again say that it didn't fucking happen to them? You sick fuck?
Hold on. Parker. First of all, my sister was raped, so shut your mouth. Okay?
Wait. I'm sorry. If it took her decades to come out, would you believe her?
No, it didn't. She told me.
I asked you a question. If it took her decades to come out, would you believe her? Unmute yourself. I can't do it right now. Unmute yourself. If it took her decades to come out, would you believe her? Unmute yourself. Okay, I guess it's taking him a little time to figure out how to unmute himself. I guess I can say thank you to a few people in the meantime while he figures that one out.
Sorry, I don't know why I keep getting muted. Do you keep doing that to me?
No, you must be doing that to yourself.
I don't know how it's happening. But did you hear that my sister was raped?
Yeah, and I'm really sorry to hear that. And I would say that, again, and let me ask you this question again. If she took decades to come out, would you believe her?
I would ask her, first of all, why are you taking decades to come out?
And let's say she responded, well, many people, I felt like they would have harassed me, not believed me, and it would have been hard to even hold them accountable in the first place because of the fact that our society doesn't believe victims in these circumstances. How would you respond?
I would say, do you think it's harder to come out initially after it happens or 20 years later? Who's going to believe
They might
you?
say that it was harder to come out 20 years later, but they have a difference in the way that they view it now where they wanted to come
So
out
it's harder
and
to
talk
come out
about
20
it.
years later. They have a better chance of coming out as soon as it happens.
Wait,
is
by the
what
way,
you're
let me clarify. When we say harder in this context, we mean to hold them accountable. Is it harder from an emotional perspective to come out right away? Absolutely. It is triggering. It is harder within that respect. You are conflating these two different senses of hard. It is internally and emotionally, exorbitantly, incredibly hard to talk about something like that happened to you right after it happened. It is so hard. It is so hard to talk about it decades later. And yet you're going to sit here and tell people that it didn't fucking happen to them because, again, it took them decades to come out.
Parker, listen to me. I was sexually abused as well, okay? When
I'm
I was
really
a
sorry to hear
freshman in
that.
high school by my fucking high school teacher, okay? So, I don't want to hear BS from anybody because me and my sister was actually raped. I wasn't raped. My high school teacher did sexually abuse me, okay? And he was grooming me and he was trying to have sex with me, but it never got that far, okay? It didn't take me 20 years to come out and say this happened to me. It also didn't take my sister 20 years to come out and say it happened to me. We spoke out immediately, okay? And guess what happened? Guy got arrested, both of them. All right? And you can look up the news. Look up Manual
Thomas,
High School.
How many more times do I have to make this point to you? Just because you would have responded a certain way does not mean that if everyone does not respond that way, that it didn't happen to them.
Okay, I agree with you there. That's true. But what I'm saying, does it make you more credible to come out 20 years later or when it
You are
first
just
happens?
as credible.
I'm asking you, does it
You
make...
are just as credible.
Okay. So it doesn't make any sense.
That does.
It's convenient that they come out and say these things as he's being a president. why didn't they say anything before? Why does Why does he
Yeah,
have
so
to run for
there were
president?
victims that came out and talked about this before Donald Trump ran, and also for the victims that came out after. Well, if you see the person who abused you to be in a position of power, it could make you think that it's probably important to come out to a greater extent, because now that you want people to hear these particular stories. So that could change someone's mind who is a victim. Now, that doesn't lead to every victim coming out. There are definitely victims of Donald Trump that probably have not come out, right? I would definitely think that that's probably the case, given that there's 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. There's probably people out there where that's true.
So let me ask you this: you're saying that he's now in a position of power, right?
Well, say it again.
You're saying that now he is in a position of power. That's why they
Yes.
came out.
Yes,
right?
I mean, he was in a position of power already, but he's in an even greater position of
Exactly.
power.
That's my point.
Do you understand there's a
You
distinction
just
wait, there's a distinction
You made my
in
argument
the...
without me having to make the argument.
Well,
He was
you're
already in a
conflating
position
it.
of power.
You're conflating
No,
it.
I'm not conflating anything.
Do you understand that there are different positions of power? Being a business owner is a different position of power than being president.
Being one of the biggest, one of the most infamous billionaires in America.
I don't think he was a billionaire at that time.
He's already in a position of power?
He wasn't a billionaire at that time.
When he ran for president?
We're talking in like 1990s.
Okay, maybe he was like 100 millionaire. Still, it's a lot of money, and he's already in a position. He was a juggernaut in New York City. He was already in
That's
a
a different
position
of power than being in the position of presidency.
He was still in power. Okay, he had. He
Well, I have a
still
question.
had big influence.
Do you believe
Okay,
the
go ahead.
Epstein victims that didn't come out right away?
To be honest with you, I don't know if I do believe that there were women that were taken advantage of. I don't know. I don't want. This is going to be so. You're going to judge me on this, but
You
I
think?
think there may be women that came out that said it happened to them because they're trying to jump on the bandwagon. I'm not saying that's all of them, but I do believe that women
And
were
you're saying this about the victims of
taken
Epstein,
advantage of.
right? You're saying this about the victims of
I-
Epstein? You don't believe some of the victims of Epstein?
I think there may be women that they're just jumping on the bandwagon.
Do you have evidence of that?
No, but do you have?
So why are
evidence
you
that
able
they
to
were-
make claims
do you
without
have
evidence,
that they
but
were
then you rely
molested?
on so much evidence from other people?
No, but do you have evidence that they were taken advantage of and that
Yes.
they went to Epstein's island?
Yes.
All of them.
That
All of
happened in the conviction. If you actually look at the conviction, that would be the basis of it. That's the fucking evidence, genius. Read
All
the
right,
court
so
case.
every
Read the
woman
court
that
documents.
came forward
What are you talking
was
about?
on a flight log and went to the island. Every woman.
You
I'm just saying
understand?
that
You
there's some
understand?
women
One,
that probably
the fact
came
that they.
forward that are lying.
You
Some
understand?
women,
that there was-
obviously, most of them tell the truth.
Dude,
I'm not
this is
saying
so
that.
absurd. It's so absurd for you to not believe the victims of Epstein. That's absurd as fuck. I'm
but
sorry.
you're
Hold up.
making
Can I
an
ask you this
absurd-
question? Is there anyone that you believe that came out multiple decades later? Or would you say you don't believe a single person that came out 2 decades later?
Give me an example of somebody that's coming out 20 years later, besides Trump and Epstein.
Like against a person like that?
Yeah.
Like someone who came out 20. I mean, I can give personal examples of people that I know in my own life, right? Where it took them decades to come out. I'm not going to specifically do that unless they wanted to come up here and do that themselves.
Against powerful men that are billionaires.
Well,
and
can you, wait,
influential.
actually, can you give me one circumstance where someone who is a rich man in that position, there were 26 plus people that accused them of sexual misconduct and every single one of them were lying?
I can't. That's a trick bag. I can't answer that one. That's not fair.
That's not. I'm asking you a question. Name one person
just said no.
in
I
a position of
can't do
power
that
like that
because-
where 26 plus people accused them of sexual misconduct and every single one of those people that were doing it were lying. And you can't. You can't
when
give
there's
me a single
26
example.
people- no, I'm not saying 26 people are lying. That's not.
That's exactly what you're saying. So some of them are telling the truth?
I would say some of them probably are.
Okay, so if some of them are telling the truth, then why do you still support Donald Trump?
Because I like his policies. I don't. I'll tell you this.
So you're willing to overlook him being a rapist because of his policy?
Okay. What about Joe Biden?
Oh, don't say what about Biden. Don't say what about Biden. I
and-
want you to respond to this. Don't say what about Biden.
I just
respond to
already
this.
responded, Parker.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. You are now
Ask the question
pivoting
again,
to
and I'll
what about
respond.
Biden instead of specifically addressing
No,
what we
I
have to
said
say
my-
here.
I said my response, and then I said, "What about Biden?" Okay.
You did not give a full response. You did not.
Okay. Give me the question, and I'll give you a full response.
Okay. For sure. Do you remember what we were talking about at least?
You're talking about people that are coming out decades later.
Okay. So I asked you, can you name one person in which 26 plus people have accused them of sexual misconduct and every single one of them are lying? You couldn't do so. So I said, then that means you at least believe some of them, right? You said, yes, I do believe some of them.
yes,
so
I
I
said
said,
yes.
why do you still support Donald Trump if you believe that he has raped someone? And you said, oh, because of his policies. So then I then asked you, right, are you saying you're willing to vote for a rapist because you like his policies?
Yes, I would. So let me ask you this.
No,
Let's
stop.
say-
No,
hold on,
I'm going to
no,
stop you here.
no, Parker,
Let me ask you this
no,
question.
I'm gonna use
stop.
your logic.
Shut the fuck up. You just said that you would vote for a rapist because you like his policy. This is disgusting as fuck. Let me ask you this question. Would you vote for a child rapist because you like his policy? If you found out that Donald Trump was on the Epstein files and was raping children, would you still vote for him over Kamala Harris? You got to unmute yourself for us to be able to hear you.
Why do I keep getting muted? I
You
don't know
must be
what's going
doing it
on.
to yourself.
I don't know how. Anyways.
So did you hear
Let-
did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard what you said. Okay. And obviously I do not agree with, any sort of sexual assault or any of that jazz. But my point is let's say I'm gonna flip your logic back on you because you said you
He's
shouldn't
again
vote
not
for
answering my
anybody.
question. Would you vote
No, I
for
said,
a
no, I do
child
not- no,
rapist?
I
Would you
would-
vote for Donald Trump if he assaulted children in the Epstein files over Kamala Harris?
That's a tough. Yeah, fuck.
That's not tough. It's obviously no, you shouldn't.
No,
but
I
you can't
probably
answer
couldn't.
that.
I couldn't. But
Okay,
listen,
so what is the relevant difference between the victim being a child and the victim being an adult? That means in one scenario, you're willing to overlook it to say that you'll vote for him because of the policies, but not in the other one.
all right, look, Parker, it's you're giving me like a radical situation, okay? That is either you're a bad person or a good person, whether.
Yeah, this
choice
is
you
about
make,
whether or not
okay?
you're a bad
That's
person
not
or a
fair.
good person.
First of
Answer
all,
the question.
then-
What is the relevant difference
I
between
already
the
told
victim
you,
being...
Parker,
No, you did not
that
tell me.
I would vote for
Answer this
Trump
question.
because I like his policies.
I understand. I
don't
understand.
care
What is
about-
the relevant difference?
I don't care about
Listen.
his personal life.
Listen. What? Okay,
I
but you just
care
said that you
about
wouldn't
how it
vote for him.
affects me
Hey,
as an American.
you just said you wouldn't vote for him if he were in the Epstein files and was raping children. So I'm asking you, what is the relevant difference between the victim being an adult and the victim being a child? That means in one scenario, you're willing to vote for him because of policy, but not in the other one. Because the policy is the same in each scenario.
Okay. I see what you're doing here. You're okay. Touche. All right. Let me, if it's true, obviously I would have a hard time condoning his activities. Like I would not condone them at all. But let's flip it. Let's use your logic. Okay. So let's
Answer
say
my
that you have
question, and then you can do what you want.
I already
Answer the
told
question.
you that I would
You
vote
didn't.
for Trump because I like his
You
policies.
didn't. I'm going to
okay?
ask you the question one more time. I want you to respond to this. What is the relevant difference between the victim being an adult and the victim being a child? That means in one scenario, you're willing to vote for him because of the policy, but not in the other scenario, even though the policy is the same in both scenarios.
Right. You just asked me a gotcha question and you got me. Okay.
I did get you. Now answer the question.
Yeah, you got me. Congratulations. Okay. So now let me flip the script on you. real
No,
quick.
answer the question.
I just told you got me.
Wait,
Okay?
which means you have to concede and say you don't support Donald Trump anymore.
I'm conceding.
That would mean if
if
got you,
someone raped
that means you
kids-
don't support Trump anymore. Okay? Otherwise, then you
I
didn't
support
get you.
policy.
You
I
didn't,
don't
it
support a
didn't
person.
get you because you didn't respond to it yet.
All right. I support policy. I don't support people. Okay.
Okay, so if Donald Trump raped children in the Epstein files, would you vote for him over Kamala Harris because of policy?
This is a really fucked up answer, but I would, yeah, I would, because I don't like Kamala Harris's policies are bad for America.
He just said he would vote for Donald Trump even if he raped children in the Epstein files. You just said that? Did you just say that? Unmute yourself. Did you just say that?
Fuck, why do I keep getting muted? I don't understand.
You do. You keep doing it to yourself.
What I'm saying.
You would say that?
Hold on. Parker, what I'm saying is that I vote for policy. I don't vote for people. Okay.
Yeah. So tell me, what
don't care
policies
about-
make up for Donald Trump raping children in the Epstein files, insofar as that you'd still be willing to vote for him, even if that were true?
What policies make up for Kamala Harris not raping children? Her policies are trash. If Kamala Harris got elected because she didn't rape children, the United States would be in fucking turmoil.
Answer this question. What policies do you support of Donald Trump's that make you get to a position where you're in such cult-like support that you're willing to vote for him even if he assaults children?
Immigration, economics.
What about immigration? What about immigration? What about economics?
What, removing people that did not come here legally?
You just said you would
Because
vote for Donald Trump
tell
if
you
he
this.
raped
Hold on.
children.
Parker.
You just said you would vote for Donald Trump if he raped
on.
children because he deports undocumented immigrants?
No, first of all, I'll give you an example, okay?
What are you
Because
worried about
I
the
was
undocumented
in-
immigrants committing crime while you support a child rapist? What are you talking about?
Parker, listen to me. I did floor covering for about 10 years, okay? Do you know what floor covering is?
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay, floor covering is like carpet, tile, vinyl, okay?
So
wood,
I don't give a
like
shit.
hardwood. Okay. So no, but hear me out, okay? So I was an installer for like 10 years. I got put out of business by illegals. They would come in, they'd have like 5 guys in their truck.
So you got dog walked by undocumented immigrants who literally can do business better than you, and then you're mad about that, and then you're generalizing undocumented immigrants because of that. You're saying you're willing to vote for a child rapist or someone who raped children in the Epstein files, if that were true, and you're saying that given that context, you would be willing to vote for him just because of the fact that you got beat in the free market? Wow, what a fucking sore loser. What a fucking sore loser. You are saying because you got beat in business competition by undocumented immigrants that you want them to be deported so badly that you're willing to vote for a guy that assaulted children in the Epstein files if that were true. Right? Like, you'd be even willing to go to that point. What type of fucking crazy thought process do you genuinely, you need to rethink your entire life. You came on my live stream claiming you have common sense, and yet you're on the live stream right now supporting a child rapist because of mass deportation policy that violates people's constitutionally protected rights, right? That is literally violent. That is not making the country better, right? It's making us less safe and less secure because over 70% of those that are detained by ICE have no prior criminal record. Only 5% of those that are detained by ICE have a violent criminal record, okay? The idea that you have in your mind that it would be justified to vote for Donald Trump even if he assaulted children in the Epstein files because of those reasons is so fucking mind-boggling, absurd. It's fucking insane. I can't believe that you genuinely are sitting on this conversation thinking you're saying something reasonable, thinking you're saying something that makes sense, thinking like you're doing something that would make the country a better place. I genuinely can't fathom how fucking crazy that is. That is nuts. You are unbelievably insane. What the fuck, dude?
Fly to Venezuela tomorrow and try to enter that country. See what the fuck happens.
Why are you telling me to fly to Venezuela?
Because immigration, you should be able to go wherever you want. There are no borders.
No, I never said that there's no borders. I just said,
Okay,
like, for
so
example,
then-
I believe in
so then
deporting those.
why
I believe in
can you
deporting
not
those
go
that
to
have committed violent
Venezuela?
crimes and bad crimes.
Go to Venezuela and just live there. See if that.
Hey,
see if that.
I
works for you.
don't think that I'm not advocating that I want our system to look like Venezuela.
Okay, so then why do all the other countries in the world have borders except us? Why are we allowed?
Hey, dude,
to
I
accept
still believe in
everybody that comes
borders.
here?
I don't disagree with
Okay,
borders
perfect.
existing.
All right, then why? So then, why do people come here illegally, and you think it's okay? Because listen, I had when I was working as a floor covering installer for 10 years. It was my own business.
No one asked. So again, why the fuck do you prioritize deporting undocumented immigrants that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime over holding someone accountable for graping kids in the Epstein files? Genuinely. Why do you put priority on holding the accountability to an undocumented immigrant that has not committed a violent offense, that has done nothing wrong, that is making this country a better place, rather than putting the accountability on, again, child rapists in the Epstein files?
Parker, prove it. Prove it that he did it. Prove it right now.
Dude,
Prove it.
we just gave you a hypothetical where it literally said
No,
if he was
you're
in the
saying that he
Epstein
raped them.
files.
Prove it.
Again,
Fucking
dude, it's a hypothetical. I know you're crashing out now because you got fucking dog walked. You're crashing out now. Absolutely insane. You understand? For the hypothetical, we said if this was true, would you still vote for him? So even if there was 100% proof that it was true, you said you would still vote for him, right? Unmute yourself. Would you still vote for him if it were 100% true that he assaulted children in the Epstein files? He has to unmute himself. He has to figure that one out. He's crashing out too much where he can.
Why does this keep happening? I don't understand.
You keep accidentally muting yourself.
I'm not even touching the phone. I don't know what's going on. But listen, prove it. Prove that he did it. Because innocent till proven guilty, okay? Prove that he did it. You can't prove it because there's no proof.
Hey, dude.
Prove
If there
it.
was 100, listen. If there was 100% proof, would you still vote for Donald Trump, even though there's 100% proof that he assaulted children in the Epstein files?
Do you have 100% proof?
I said if there was 100% proof. It's a hypothetical.
Obviously, I can't condone that.
So if that were true, would you still vote for him over Kamala Harris?
I probably wouldn't fucking vote at that point.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for him. So now you've changed your mind. You backtracked on that. Let me ask this question: if the victim,
Parker,
if there were
you
100%,
cannot
listen,
prove that he did it. First of all,
listen. Hey, dude,
it's innocent till proven guilty.
Hey, dude.
No,
If there was 100%,
hey, dude, back
if
to
there
you,
was 100%, if there was
Parker.
100%,
You're
if there was
using-
if
you're
there was
using dumb
100%,
logic.
if there was 100% proof that that Donald Trump raped a woman, would you still vote for him over Kamala Harris?
No, I would not. Because
You
that's
wouldn't. Okay.
okay.
So
but
your
you don't
dispute
have
here,
that proof, though.
Watch this.
You have
we do.
no proof.
We have proof. We have proof. So again, by the way,
where is
your
it? Why is
standard,
he not
your basis for
convicted?
this. Listen, your basis for not accepting this now is not based upon whether or not it happened. I mean, what are fuck?
You're trying to get me in a gotcha
God damn it, stop.
situation.
Let me explain. Let me fully explain. I'm trying to fully get this thought out. I can't. Give me 1 second, okay? So
Yeah,
your
'cause
dispute
fucking
here
being
is
liberal's
based
hard.
upon the level of evidence, okay? So at what level of evidence would you then say that you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump in terms of a sexual assault case?
You're making this about something that no one can prove, okay? And so I'm not going to entertain this BS because you're
It's been
trying to get me in a
proven.
gotcha situation.
Wait, I'll
It
give
has
you the
not been
proof.
proven.
I'll give you the proof. You want to hear it? I've already told you in this conversation. We'll go over it again.
No, I've heard your, and I'm using air quotes here, proof, okay?
Okay, so what do
I've
you
heard
consider proof?
Oh my gosh. Let me do this then. Would you vote for a person that 100% aligns with your political values, but was a shitty person and did shitty things?
Depends on what you're saying the shitty things are. Like if they had...
Doesn't matter. The worst shitty things. But
the worst shitty things,
100%
no.
No, hold on, listen. 100% political values.
They couldn't agree 100% with my political values if they've done that.
Every political value that you have, okay, is indoctrinated in them. But they're a shitty person and they've done horrible things.
So they would want to put themselves in prison?
When I say horrible things, I mean horrible things. But
So they would want to put themselves in prison.
Hold on. Listen, horrible things, but 100% you guys are aligned politically.
That's not possible.
Candidate. Hold on. Listen to me. We're doing what ifs. You want to do what ifs? We're doing what ifs. Political, 100%, terrible person, done horrible things. You have another person that has done everything right that you agree with ethically, but no political values that you agree with. Who are you voting for?
I wouldn't vote.
So you would say that the person that you agree with politically 100%, you would not vote for them just because they're a shitty person. So let me ask you this.
I mean, I don't think they could agree with me 100% on political views if they've done all of the worst shitty things. Again, and by the way, there's a difference between being shitty and doing the worst shitty things imaginable. No, I'm not religious. I'm not.
You're not religious? Okay, then that argument goes, yeah, I can't. Okay. Well, there are, so if you, because I'm a Christian.
Can I ask my question again?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you consider enough proof to accept that Donald Trump raped a woman?
I mean, if you're saying stuff that happened 20 years ago, I mean, how much proof can you have?
I'm just asking you, what is enough proof to you?
I guess like a video.
So there has to be a video.
I don't know. Like, I've never been in a rape situation. So,
but you believed people who told you that they were assaulted, right? So what was the enough evidence for you? Was it that you trust them?
First of all,
was it that you had evidence? Like, what is it specifically?
So do you know? Do you personally know someone that's been raped or sexually assaulted?
Yes.
Okay, so then you know, as my sister, okay, and me, who have been my sister has been raped, and I've been sexually assaulted as a 9th grader in high school. Okay, I was groomed by my teacher. All right. How are you going to tell me about sexual assault? Have you been sexually assaulted? Have you been raped?
That's an incredibly personal question to ask someone. No, I have not.
Everything. That's a no. That's
a
no.
I haven't, but that doesn't mean that I can't advocate for
about sexual assault.
What are you talking about? Yeah, I can advocate. Wait, shut up. I can advocate against people who engage in sexual assault, even though it hasn't happened to me. Like, I can advocate against murder, even though I haven't been murdered.
I agree with you.
Do you advocate against murder?
What I'm saying. No, obviously murder is
okay,
bad.
have you been murdered? Have you been murdered?
No.
So do you see how stupid of an argument that is?
Okay, now you're using the logic. I get it. Okay, but my point is.
So what is enough proof? I want you to tell me what is enough proof. You keep trying to pivot from the conversation. What's enough proof?
But someone that has been sexually assaulted and groomed, and my sister has also been raped. All right, I spoke up immediately, and so did she. Okay.
Okay. So you're saying they have to speak up immediately? I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. And by the way, would you think it would be reasonable for people to say that because you didn't have a video of it, that means it didn't happen? Would you think it was reasonable if that you didn't speak up about it right away, that people didn't believe you? And by the way, you're not in the app. They just left themselves. Alrighty. It's so absurd. Like, what the fuck, dude? I can't believe that for part of that conversation, I had to convince him out of saying that he would still vote for Donald Trump if he raped children. I had to convince him out of that, by the way. What fucking crazy world do we live in? Genuinely, what the fuck is wrong with our society? Seriously. Why do I have to convince people out of holding that perspective? Why does that even have to happen? Why are there genuinely people that think that? Why does that even have to happen? That's fucking crazy to me. Genuinely fucking crazy to me. That will never be okay. That will never be okay. That should never be normalized. It's fucking gross and disgusting for people to even fucking say that. The fact that I even had to respond to that on the live stream is fucking atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. And I just want people to know how fucking crazy that is, and to know that they should stop fucking supporting Trump, because people like this support Trump and get away with normalizing this behavior because Donald Trump is in this position. And not every fucking Republican is like this. You can still be a Republican and not support Donald Trump. You can still have conservative values and not support Donald Trump and fucking draw the line at this morally abhorrent bullshit that we have to fucking deal with and we have to talk about all the time because Donald Trump is doing such crazy and insane shit. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I can't believe that we live in this society and that happens. It's unbelievable. Alrighty. Give me 1 second, everyone. Alrighty, do give me a second. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I have some people to thank. I have a lot of people to thank, but I'm going to get the next person up here real quick. So fucking horrible. So disgusting. If you're on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
At this point, I'm kind of like on the fence. I don't know if you do that. Like debates about that.
So you wouldn't vote?
I would vote for Donald Trump, but
okay, all right. Let me say thank you to a few people, and then we can go on to the conversation. I do have a few people to thank real quick. Give me 1 second. Rachel, by the way, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. USA Gamer, thank you for the $5. Berica, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Doug, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Doug, can we get some W's for Doug in the comment section as well? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Doug. Rachel, thank you for the $5, of course, as always. Thank you so much, Rachel. Heather, thank you for the $5. Steph, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Laura, thank you for the $2. Oh my God, Mary Jane with the $500 on YouTube Super Chat. On behalf of all of us victims, thank you, Parker, for standing up for us. Can we have some fucking W's in the comment section for Mary Jane? By the way, love the name. Thank you so much for the $500 on YouTube Super Chat. Holy fucking shit, that's absolutely crazy. Can we have some W's for Mary Jane in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you very much. That is so fucking kind. I can't even show you how much I thank you for that. Ray, thank you for the $2. RT, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Andrew, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Of course, thank you so much, Andrew. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Darsel, thank you so much for the $5. Laura, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to hear that happen to you, Laura. Just know that you have a lot of community here. Thank you so much, Laura. Error, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Erotica, thank you for the $5. Doug, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Mary, thank you for the $5. Chalupa Batman with the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Chalupa Batman. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Chalupa Batman in the comment section. Thank you. They hate hypotheticals, I know, right? Erotica, thank you for the $10. Tyler, thank you for the $2. Tyler, thank you so much for the $2. Mary, thank you for the $5. I love, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much, of course. And Doug, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Doug, as well as, let me make sure I'm fully caught up outside of that. I think I fully am. River, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. I just appreciate you doing that. Thank you very much. Left, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Barbara, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much, Barbara. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Barbara. Catherine, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. As well as I have some people to thank on Venmo and PayPal real quick, and then we're going to go on to this conversation. I apologize, everyone's taking a little bit. I'm a bit far behind on saying thank you to everyone. So give me a second real quick. Let me say thank you to a bunch of people real quick, and then we can go on to that. Jonathan, thank you for the $3.33. Thomas, thank you for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Christina, thank you so much for the $5. Harold, thank you so much for the $20. Of course, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Harold. I definitely will. Megan, thank you so much for the $5. Louisa, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Louisa, again, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Riley, thank you for the $3.50. Haneen, thank you for the $5. Doug, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Heather, thank you for the $5. Brandy, thank you for the $1. Anna, thank you for the $10. Elizabeth, thank you for the $3.33. Michael, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate it. Some W's for Michael in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate it. W's for Michael in the comment section as well. Thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And seriously, though, thank you so much. Natasha, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Natasha. Thank you. And for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you find community with people here and just know that people believe you. Thank you so much, Natasia. I really appreciate the $20. Jennifer with the $10 as well. Thank you. Lisa with the $40 as well. Thank you so much on PayPal. Can we have some W's again for Lisa in the comment section? I always will. Thank you so much, Lisa. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lisa. Jessica, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Margaret, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Margaret. Thank you. Libby, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Libby. Can we have some W's for Libby as well in the comment section? Thank you so much. Of course, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Barbara, thank you for the $20 again. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Barbara. W's for Barbara in the comment section. Thank you for the $20. Thank you. Of course, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kara, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And just know that you have community here. I appreciate it. Thank you. Tom, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Tom. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope that she can find community here as well. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate it, Tom. Thank you. Kira, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I definitely would if they were still up here. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Madeline, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it as well. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'll always fight for you. Thank you so much. Heather, thank you for the $3 as well. Audrey, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Lizzie with the $20. Camden, thank you for the $10. Elena, thank you for the $15. Brianna with the $5. Callan, thank you so much for the $5. Nora with the $5. Shelby, thank you for the $5. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. I wish I could read off all of these. Thank you so much. Get some W's for all of them in the comment section. And Sharon with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sharon. I'm so far behind. I'm like an hour behind, but I really appreciate everyone. Thank you so much. If I missed anyone's donation, I really apologize. I just want to say thank you, everyone, so much, as well as Kirsten. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Who the hell donated to me?
And then Jessica, thank you for the $5. Alrighty, I'm fully caught up, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. All right, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Can I explain myself first?
Yeah, sure.
Basically, I feel like I'm on the fence, but I'm more leaning to the right. It's mainly because of well, I've been taught to believe his ideologies by my family and I guess religion. I just kind of want a reason to stop supporting him.
Yeah. I mean, I think that any religious perspective should get you to stop supporting him, because I think that I think that he is called for the execution of political opponents, right? He specifically said that people who said that they should, you should not abide by unlawful orders should be executed by saying reposting someone saying HANG them, George Washington Wood, saying they engage in seditious and perhaps even treasonous behavior, which he says is punishable by death.
Wait, you said what? He reposted what?
Yeah, he reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington Wood, in reference to Democrats who are veterans in Congress, saying that people in military and service members should not abide by unlawful orders.
Damn, what the fuck?
He posted this on his True Social. It's still up to this day. And you can look into this. There's plenty of media companies that have talked about this. I think anyone should be able to draw a red line at that.
Yeah, I haven't really been involved in politics recently, at all. I've just been focusing on myself, but I've just been hearing from people to stop supporting him. I don't know what it will convince me, but I do feel like I can be convinced.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I understand not being involved. I think that if you literally just did research, basic research, I guarantee you would find things that you disagree with him on enough to say that you don't support him. And I think that's one of the things. I can give you countless others. There's a whole list of things I could give you that are disqualifying reasons.
Something big. Give me something big.
Yeah, he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will amongst a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, so a jury determined. Yeah, a jury determined that he forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
What does that entail? I don't.
He raped E. Jean Carroll. A jury determined that he raped E. Jean Carroll.
There's full proof of this.
Yeah, he was held liable in a civil court. Yeah. The reason why it wasn't in a criminal court is because of statute of limitations, which means after a certain amount of years, regardless of the level of the evidence that you have, that you can't try them in a criminal court.
No, yeah, I get that. I believe in civil courts. There's actual proof of that?
Yeah, he was held liable. Look up Trump libel essay AP News and read into it.
Okay, hold up.
let alone the fact that he's bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Yeah, I can play the video of the audio of him saying that. Would you like to hear that?
Yo, play that shit, actually.
Okay. Alrighty. It's right here.
The thing you worry about later is, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Wait, during what show was this?
Howard Stern's show.
Howard Stern. No, but like the pageant.
Miss USA, Miss Teen USA.
Couldn't that be also excused that he's allowed back there?
No. He said there were no men around. The owner of the pageant did just walk into places where people are changing without their consent.
Yeah, but I feel like there's open stages behind there, no?
No, this is a changing room where they were. Again, he said that they had no clothes on.
Oh, what? And he it is not like AI or some shit.
No, I mean this is before AI had the capacity to do that. This is from the early 2000s that he said this.
Why has
People
he
heard
not
this
been,
live at the time.
Everywhere, bro.
It is. It's just you weren't involved in politics. That's why.
Fuck. Yo, you might have already convinced me, man. I gotta be so that ass.
Alrighty, well, I really appreciate you. I appreciate you coming up, and I'm glad that you were open-minded. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, appreciate you coming up. That's exactly how everyone should respond. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Morgan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it, though. Thank you very much. Lori, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Lori. I definitely will. Thank you very much, Lori. Can we get some W's for Lori as well in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. By the way, everyone, we have about a little more than an hour left on the stream. We're about 3 hours into the stream for today. If you like this content, I do these streams every single day. Make sure to follow me. Subscribe if you haven't already. It's absolutely free to do so. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up as well. It helps push it out to more people. I would really, really, really appreciate it. And if you're on TikTok here, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes if you're on here on TikTok. You can tap the screen as many times as you want. And if you're on YouTube, you can only hit the thumbs up one time. And it's not the one in the chat.
Hello?
It's the one in under the if you close out of the comment section on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo. I'm 19. Hey, I'm not MAGA. I'm not a Trump supporter, but I just wanted to call.
Oh, well, I appreciate you very much. I am just looking for some debates right now, but I very much appreciate you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everybody. Doug, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Of course, thank you so much. It is, absolutely. That's why I think that these streams are so important to increase the information that people have access to, because there's so many people that just don't know about these things because they haven't done the research or the information hasn't been in front of them. I think this is an important way of doing that. So I appreciate it very much. Go get some W's for them in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. We have like 1,400 likes on YouTube right now. Let's try to get it to 2,000 here real quick. And honestly, we have like 3,600 people in here. We might be able to even try to get to 3,000 before we end it. We have a little bit over an hour to do that. And if you're on TikTok, I'd always recommend to go check out my YouTube. I have a bunch of different videos you can watch there if you miss any of my content, where you can watch in video form. And you can see the entirety of the live stream if you miss any of that on YouTube as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And if you want to know how to look it up, just look up Parker Get a Job on YouTube, and it should come up right away. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Let's go on to this next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Nico, thank you for the €6. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Kill yourself, nigger faggot.
You're so disgusting. So disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Roblox.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you add me on Roblox?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I am Donald Trump. I love minors.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 33.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do. I have a quick question though. What ever happened with the guy that you had on last night? Because that was wild.
Yeah. I mean, we can talk about that later. I don't think I've fully looked into everything yet, so we can. That's a
Okay.
conversation for later. But so why do you support Donald Trump?
I can't do it tonight. I'll call back another night, but I was just curious about him.
Okay, alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 19.
I, for some reason, don't believe you. Thank you for the corgi. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker, I'm 37. My pronouns are she, her.
Absolutely. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Because I'm gay. And in her book that she wrote, she doesn't support gay people.
That's not true.
I read it.
Yeah, where did she say that she was against gay people?
She didn't want to pick that other guy for her vice president because he was gay.
No, that's misleading. It's because she feels like she was asking too much for America, not because she has an issue with them being with Pete Buttigieg being gay. That's literally one of her best friends. It was because society specifically is like homophobic and racist, and she was saying that because society is homophobic and racist, there's a lot of people in society that are homophobic and racist. It would have reduced the odds of them winning the presidency.
Yeah, I'm gay.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Again, listed here on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's try to get the next person up here. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. We're on the way there. We're on the way there. If you're on YouTube or TikTok, do tap that screen. We just hit the 1 million. Let's try to get to 2 million. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm gonna go get my mom. I want her to debate you. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Make sure to join on a different account because it can't be associated with the account that you are because it sounds like you are a fetus or underage. Sorry, I don't know. Everyone doesn't know my terminology, so I had to clarify. Let's go on the next individual. Yeah, just make sure to join up on a different account, not associated with yours,
Hello?
and you can have your parent debate me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me,
How old
I
are you?
am 26.
And do you support Donald Trump?
26. Yes.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, what? Trump is
Okay.
the only right answer.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
His immigration policies mainly,
Okay, what immigration policy?
just the ones where he deports people.
Okay, and why do you think that's a good thing?
Well, he's just getting the people out of the country that are, I mean, in their name, they're illegal. They're not supposed to be here. So why would you want them here?
Okay, so I don't think that people who are in the country undocumented who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be removed from the country. I think that we see no benefit in deporting people that meet that criteria.
Yeah, but if they're illegal, they're not supposed to be here. There's proper channels to come in this country.
So if you want to hold people accountable for the crimes that they commit, well, then you probably shouldn't support a convicted criminal for president who didn't get
Well, no,
put
I'm
in
not talking
prison
about-
because of the fact that he was elected, who pardoned violent rioters, who beat police officers and called them patriots and called for the execution of his political opponents because they said to not abide by unlawful orders, meaning they're telling people to uphold the law.
I'm not saying I want them deported because they're committing crimes. I want them deported because they're illegal and not supposed to be here.
That's because they committed crime. That's just repeating the same thing.
Yes, but I'm not talking about the crimes Donald Trump also, he did not commit crimes. I don't know what you're saying.
He did. He was convicted of 34 felonies.
It's just liberal propaganda.
Yeah, are you trolling?
No, it's just liberal
It
propaganda.
sounds like you are because he was convicted and there's plenty of reporting on this. I can show you the court documents.
Yo, you're lagging out right now.
I think that's you.
What is happening? Oh, okay. Well, my Wi-Fi's ass then.
It's okay. I have internet issues.
Hey,
all the
why
time.
do you not support Trump? Why do you not? Why do you
Why do
not
I not?
support Trump?
Because the big beautiful bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school
Mhm.
lunch and breakfast on average every month. Over 2.5 million people on average every month off their access to food stamps, and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt. So he quite literally harms lower and middle income individuals, and especially by raising tariffs, which impact consumer products, which disproportionately raises taxes on lower income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods comparative to people who are richer.
Okay, well, we got to pay off the $50 trillion in debt somehow.
We don't have 50 trillion in debt, and Trump signed off on more debt-related spending by over $4 trillion. The big beautiful bill adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. So if you care about addressing the debt, then you wouldn't support Donald Trump.
He's also trying to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. That's why tariffs. That's why the Trump tariffs exist, to bring manufacturing back to the U.S.
Real domestic manufacturing investment declined under Trump's administration since he got in office.
Yeah, it's going to take a while, but his tariffs, it's making everything more expensive to buy from other countries. So it's going to bring the manufacturing to the U.S.
Well, domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office. So the reason why we're not seeing that is because goods that domestic manufacturers rely upon come from other countries around the world. Aspects of the manufacturing process come from countries around the world. 1/3 of materials used in manufacturing processes come from countries around the world, meaning that if there's a reduction in the supply of goods coming from countries around the world, then it's going to cause an increase in the price of the cost of production, therefore disincentivizing domestic manufacturing within the country.
Okay, why do you support Kamala? Not why you don't support Trump, but why do you support Kamala?
Because she was advocating to increase taxes or tax cuts for working class Americans and for people who have children and are looking for houses. Like, for example, the increase in the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit on first-time home buyers for new homes, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, right? A $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare, like what existed under the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a policy she used the tie-breaking vote on, which extended it to everyone who's on Medicare from people who are only on parts of Medicare through like what existed under Trump's policy.
Yeah, I have nothing else to say.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I kind of gave the reasons already. I don't know. That's the only reasons.
Would Jesus be happy with you cutting children off of free school lunch and breakfast to the tune of 420,000 children on average every month in order to give disproportionately tax cuts to the rich and wealthy?
Probably not. But I don't know. You're acting like Kamala is just like pure, like perfect.
No, I'm not. I definitely disagree with Democrats on a lot of issues. I just think that they're preferable to the Republicans.
Okay.
So, okay, they just left. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Let's get the next person up here real quick. Again, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Hello, niggers.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria I have listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, but I was not, I was a minor during that election.
Sure, yeah, I was saying if you could go back in time with the information you have right now, or like if the election was held right now, and you said you'd support Trump. So why do you support Trump?
Main reason why I support Trump is his homosexual representation. That doesn't make sense to you, does it? So he's our first openly gay president with Baba, and I love that.
Wouldn't he be closeted still then? By the way, but they're clearly trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. And also, right now, we're not sure whether or not that Bubba is Bill or the horse. So we still are unsure about that one. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bring back WD-40. WD.
Let's go back to the next individual, or go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Oh, they said hello as soon as I kicked them. Gotta love that. I love when that happens. That's so fun. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23. How are you, man? Thank you for letting me
Donald
up.
Trump?
Yes, but I do want to make one point clear before you ask me everything. I think that anybody on that list needs to be fully prosecuted and to the fullest extent of the law. My whole thing with you today is about rhetoric. That's all I'm going to bring up.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
To be honest, neither candidate. I more would be in favor of Jill, but
Okay. Looks like you might get that under Trump's administration anyway. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request. If you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, we are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bring back WD-40.
Okay, what is up with that? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
06?
Okay, what month?
November?
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, I guess.
When did you graduate high school?
I didn't. I dropped out.
Okay, when did you graduate middle school?
Well, I was like, what, 15, 14?
Yeah, they're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I just got connected with all of the cords. Sorry. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
What grade are you in?
I graduated.
When did you
last
graduate?
year.
Last year? How old
Yeah.
were you when you graduated?
I was 17.
For some reason, I don't believe you. And I don't think anyone in the chat could realize. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I think they were pretty much a fetus. I think everyone agrees with that, huh? Yeah, let's go on the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bring back WD-40, Parker.
Why do they keep getting on the stream? They made like a third account. That's a whole separate account, by the way. Whole separate account. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
You're a
Yo, what's
nigger
up?
beaner lover.
You're so disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Pro-life, immigration, and I think his tariff plan is going to work out in the long run.
Okay, pro-life, immigration, and tariff plan. So pro-life, immigration, and economics. So which one would you like to start with?
Yeah, and also one more thing. He can also address there's two genders, so that's also a plus in my book.
So 2 genders, immigration, tariffs, and then what was the last one? Sorry?
Pro-life.
Pro-life. Okay, which one would you like to start with?
We can start with pro-life.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I just think pro-life is wrong, and I think even in like the worst scenarios, it shouldn't be a thing either way. I just think that
abortion, you mean?
No. Yeah, I just think that no situation's bad enough for where the baby should have to pay for the consequences of the dad.
Okay, so a 10-year-old raped. Do you think that they should be forced to go through that pregnancy?
Do you think two bads makes something good?
Well, I think that if they didn't cause the pregnancy, they have no obligation to uphold said pregnancy. So, like, would you say that, like, they should be forced without their consent to go through the context of a pregnancy after they were assaulted?
I mean, what I'm trying to say is, like, do you think, like, two bad things makes it right?
I don't typically think that, no. And I don't think that it's bad for them to get access to an abortion. I think it's good for them to get access to an abortion, that they have legal access to get access to an abortion.
I mean, honestly, yeah, I think they should still carry this kid.
Do you think that it should be illegal if they were to get an abortion? Would you consider that murder?
Yeah, I would consider
So
it
you
that.
think that a 10-year-old should be prosecuted for murder if they get an abortion?
I don't know. I think there should be like circumstances, like if it's a minor, maybe it should be changed, but if it's an adult, then yeah, they should be prosecuted.
Okay, so minors shouldn't be prosecuted. So if they're 17 years old and they get an abortion, they shouldn't be prosecuted?
No.
Would you investigate people's miscarriages to determine whether or not they induced a miscarriage themselves?
I mean, I'm not. I mean, yeah, I think it should be looked
Yeah?
into.
You would
Yeah.
you would say that people should be investigated for having a miscarriage?
Well, you could tell if somebody has a AB. What do you mean?
No, you can't. How are you going to be able to tell without specifically violating their privacy rights?
That's true, I guess, but like. All right, next topic. Next topic.
Okay, so you're not pro-life anymore?
Like, I'm firm on like what I believe in, and like I obviously know like you're gonna say something different, so there's no point of arguing it.
There is a point of arguing, right? Is that why do you? Let me ask you this question: if you were in a burning building and you could either save 2 zygotes in these little machines that would ensure that they're people in the future, or one newborn baby, which would you rather save from the burning building? The 2 zygotes or the one newborn baby?
Well, are the zygotes guaranteed to live or what?
Yes.
And are they guaranteed to be born?
Yes.
Yeah, then the 2.
You would save the zygotes, the single cell organisms, over the newborn baby in a burning building?
I mean, if they have a chance of being born, then that's like 2 versus 1. So yeah.
That's crazy, dude. That's insane to say that you would pick 2 single cell
I mean, dude,
organisms
it's a
over
hypothetical,
one
so,
newborn
like,
baby
never
burning
happen.
alive, by the way.
Then probably the baby, if it's like that.
Okay, then why the baby? I thought 2 is more than 1.
Bro, dude, you know what you're doing, man. You know what you're doing. But
That's the reason why I'm doing these debates.
I mean, if it was in that situation, yeah, I'm probably saving the baby because like it's burning down. Like, why would I not save the baby? So
Okay.
yeah.
So it's obvious. It seems very obvious to you that you should save the baby in that scenario. But I thought you just said that 2 people is more valuable than 1. So maybe it seems like the zygote is not a baby. Is not considered a person.
Well, it's still a living organism, is it not?
Yeah, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead because they're still cellularly speaking alive?
Yeah, I think it is.
You think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
I mean,
that has been deemed medically dead, by the way. They're cellularly alive, but they're medically dead.
I mean, if they're medically dead, then like, how's that bad?
Oh, because
Well,
you value cellular life. You don't just value sentient life. You value cellular life. So then under your view, it would have to be murder. Unless you were to appeal to a future subjective experience.
Yeah, that's true. But I just feel like. So wait, I just want to get your viewpoint, and then like we can circle back. So like, why do you think AB isn't murder?
Because it's not sentient. Right, which means subjective experience. And that doesn't happen until 20 through 24 weeks within the womb that it achieves sentience. And then after that point, no one's just getting like lethal elective abortions. After that point, it's like medical circumstances.
So you don't think it's a living organism though?
Do I think it's a living organism?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cellular life at conception.
So you think life begins when they're born?
No, life begins at conception. Cellular life. Sentient life doesn't begin until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
So do you think a baby should be AB'd at any point, even if they're not born?
I believe that it should be allowed for them to get access to an abortion. Right? I don't think lethal elective abortions are happening after viability. Or after sentience, that's what I meant to say. People aren't
Didn't
just
Tim
choosing
Walz
to
just allow
lethally
that?
abort it after that point.
Didn't Tim Walz just allow that though?
What do you mean?
Didn't he like sign off a bill that would like you could get AB like at whatever point?
So that's saying it's legal. No one decides to do that, to get lethal abortions in elective circumstances at that time. We just acknowledge that the laws restrict people who do need it from being able to get access to abortions when they do need it, because the laws are so vague where it's hard to legislate that.
So you're pro-choice on?
Yeah.
But like, let's say if you're, even if you think like a girl's screwing around.
Wait, by the way, there's a little bit of like a, you have Bluetooth on maybe? Because there's like a little bit of like a ringing noise that happens in your microphone, almost like it's hearing feedback, and then it keeps playing the feedback, and it makes like a ringing noise because of it.
Do you hear it now?
It should be better now.
Yeah. So, you're saying you're pro-choice?
Yeah.
So you think you just think life begins when the baby's first breath is?
No, life begins at conception.
And what do you count as conception?
What? The
So what do you
fertilization
count
of
as
the
that?
egg.
So you don't think a fetus deserves a chance at getting life, right?
I mean, I think that there should be legal access to abortion. So, like, they get a chance. The chance was that they didn't.
Yeah. I just think that I think the baby should get a chance at life, and I just think it should be banned, but it probably won't. But
So if I were to pay for my girlfriend's abortion, should I go to prison?
well, I mean, I feel like the decision is 50-50. Like, I mean, it is the dude planted the seed in her pretty much. So like, it should be half of his decision too. But like,
That's
I mean,
absurd.
like if you
It's not his body, but I'm asking you the question. Should I go to prison if I pay for her abortion?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I should?
If you straight up, I mean, no, because bro, we're talking about hypotheticals, and it's probably never gonna happen. But I'm just pro-life either way.
Yeah,
Like,
so I should go to prison if I pay for her abortion. And you say it's probably never going to happen. If my girlfriend got pregnant and she doesn't want to have the kid yet, I would pay for her abortion.
no, I know. I'm saying I'm saying the AB ban's probably never gonna happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, like, you could say it's probably never going to happen, but then why is that like a reason then why you support Trump if that's never going to happen anyway?
Because I feel like he's actually more pro-life than Kamala, and like, yeah, I just think
Kamala,
he's more
I don't think
pro-life.
it's pro-life. I think you're pro-forced birth. If you were pro-life, then you wouldn't be in support of him calling for the execution of some Democrats because they said not to abide by unlawful orders. You wouldn't be in support of him, even though his administration has been murdering people off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence given to Congress that they had DRUGS in the first place.
Dude, we all know those votes had stuff on it. We all know.
Wait, even if they did, which there was no evidence given to Congress that they did, that doesn't mean you should unalive them in that scenario. You detain them once they get to U.S. waters, and that would prevent that from going into the United States.
I mean, they should detain them. They should just
Also,
they should detain them.
answer
Blowing
this
it up
question.
probably wasn't their choice.
Most of the DRUGS that are coming from Venezuela is going to be M drug, which is legal in many states, so we have no issue with that. They should bring more of that, and C drug, right? By the way, you can't say the certain drug names because it's TikTok TOS. Just letting you know. That's why I'm doing this. And Donald Trump has pardoned a convicted C drug trafficker. So explain to me how that if you're convicted of it, you get a pardon, but if you're just accused of it, then you get murdered.
It's because he's trying to get intel out of him and use him as like a source.
Oh, so he's trying to get intel. So it's justified to pardon them to get intel. So couldn't we get intel from any of the people that are, coming on boats? So we should detain them once they get to U.S. waters because we want to get intel. Why would we murder them if we want intel?
I mean, that's a good point, but I don't think they should have done that. To be honest, I think they should have just waited till they actually like. I think they shouldn't have done that. To be honest, but
Yeah,
the
but like
reason
you
they
still
pardoned that
support
guy
Trump
is
in
for
despite of the
intel.
fact that they're doing this. That doesn't sound very pro-life of me, or pro-life to me.
I mean, that's just one instance. So
It's
I
not
mean,
just
I'm
one.
I'll,
There's Trump calling for the execution of some Democrats because they said to not follow unlawful orders. And by the way, these circumstances are not just one circumstance. Over 60 plus people were murdered off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence given to Congress that they are UGS. And by the way, everyone, it's lime Maritos.
all right. It's true, I guess. But I mean, I just feel like he knows what he's doing with the country. To be honest, like you could disagree with him if you want, but I feel like he knows what he's doing. His first term was honestly pretty good, and I think the tariff plan is going to work out in the long run in like 20 to 30 years. I actually think it's going to boost the economy.
Okay, so you say the tariffs are going to work out in 20, 30 years. The next president is just going to get rid of them because it was through executive action, meaning that it's definitely not going to last 20 to 30 years. Secondly, we can also point to the fact that the tariffs are very bad for our economy. Not only do they reduce the size of the GDP, they make employment significantly worse off because of many of the companies in this country that rely on sending their products to other countries, plus those that lost their jobs here in the United States because of the fact that tariffs increase the cost, which then decreases the level of employment. Plus, we could point to the fact that it causes upward pressure on prices, therefore causing American consumers to have to pay even more.
Yeah, you're 2-0 so far. You're 2-0. So, let's talk about immigration. You think illegal immigrants shouldn't get sent back?
I believe that undocumented immigrants that are in the country that haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime deemable of deporting someone, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. And the reason why, and by the way, this just means citizen right away. It means a pathway to citizenship, which includes vetting. The reason why is because over 70% of people who are detained by ICE have no prior criminal record. Only 5% have a violent criminal offense. So I would love for border enforcement and law enforcement to focus on those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities, rather than people that are just coming here for the American dream, a better life, and to help out their families and their communities, and that are just working, right? Like, I see no reason to hyperfixate on those people because they would have otherwise been able to get through the legal process if it were quick enough. And because our current legal process takes multiple years on average, right, it's not quick enough for people specifically who are just coming here for a better life to go through said process because it takes too long and they don't have the time to do that.
So whose fault would you say it is for the legal process?
I would say the fault is actually of our system overall for causing them to have to come through to the country through that mechanism, because they should have been able to come through the country through a quick legal pathway. And the point is then, is if we make a quick legal pathway and we provide that pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime deemable of deporting someone, well then, again, not only will law enforcement be able to focus on those that are not a threat or who are a threat to the safety and security of our communities to a greater extent, but also people who are just coming here for a better life will go through the legal pathway, meaning that more people who are going through the pathway undocumented are not going to be people that we would want in our country, because if they did have the ability to make it to our country by going through legal pathways, they would, right? And if the legal pathway is quick enough, and the only condition is whether or not you've committed a violent crime or bad crime or some sort of reason like that, well then, in that context, right, the only people that wouldn't be going through said system would be people that are violent criminals that have committed bad crimes deemable of deporting someone.
So you think the people that are still illegally that aren't committing crimes, you think they shouldn't get sent back?
if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime deemable of deporting them.
But they're still in here illegally.
Yeah.
Yeah, so why should they get sent back?
Yeah, why should they? Exactly. Are you
Because
saying
they're in
why
our
shouldn't
country
they?
illegally. Yeah.
Well, again, because I want law enforcement to focus on those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities, and our laws don't make sense right now because it takes too long to get into our country legally.
Well, I feel like we should maybe send them back and then get that situation figured out.
Well, then they have no incentive to identify themselves to authorities because they would prefer to stay within the country. By the way, if an undocumented immigrant witnesses a crime that happens to you, they have no incentive to go to the court system and to say what they saw. Okay? You want people to be able to be comfortable enough to tell the authorities if something happens to you and they witness it.
Yeah, but still though, they're in here illegally. Like, just I obviously get the process is long, but just go through that process and then you're here, instead of just going through here illegally. Go through the right way.
I would prefer that, and I think they would prefer that as well. It's just the legal process right now takes too long, where it makes sense that we shouldn't hold them accountable for it to the degree that you're referencing, because, again, it would make our country less safe to do so. And our whole process of having border enforcement in the first place is to ensure the safety and security of our communities. Otherwise, what's the reason?
So, do you think we're on stolen land?
Yes.
Yes.
You guys cannot be serious about that.
Wait, that's just true. I'm
If we're-
sorry, but it's factual.
If we're on stolen land and every country is stolen or conquered,
Technically, practically most people are, because of the fact that there is a history of imperialism, colonialization, etc. So a lot of people are not. I mean, I wouldn't say everyone, of course, but a lot of people are. And again, we're not necessarily saying you're like a bad person because of this. We're just acknowledging the history that is true, right? That leads us to this point, and that's exactly why I believe in peaceful coexistence. That's why I believe that everyone should have the ability to come to this country, given that they're not a threat to the safety and security of our communities, and why we should uplift indigenous voices and indigenous Americans, right? Because of the fact that, again, this country was absolutely built on the genocide of indigenous Americans, the stealing of their land, and the horrible, atrocious treatment of them continually, right? Which, again, we have to acknowledge in order for us to be able to progress as a country. And unless we acknowledge that, I don't think it's possible to progress within that respect.
Also, to kind of tie on to the end of this, do you know the history, like, of how this land was quote unquote conquered, like the amount of lives that were taken as far as indigenous people?
yeah, I understand that part, but it's our land now.
Wait, say it again.
I said I understand that, but it's our land now, and we got laws, so people should just follow them.
Yeah, I mean, the point being, right, is that understanding when the quote unquote founders of this country, right, the colonizers came to this country, they came in the premise that there were no borders and they were welcome as, you know, like people traveling from other lands. And if it wasn't for the indigenous people, they would have all lost their lives immediately. Like the indigenous people took them in, treated them because they were sick and dying, like literally dying, and saved their lives. And if it wasn't for them, there wouldn't be no our land. And so the premise that at least what Parker is saying, like understanding that, yes, we are on stolen land. This used to be Turtle Island. And, you know, just to negate it or whitewash history or even sit here and say, well, it's our country now, like that's absolutely insane. Like we might not be advocating for some type of change, but that doesn't mean that you have to actually sit here and say like it's our land now. Like that's wild.
Yeah. Like also,
You know,
like
obviously
we're
it
not
didn't
saying
change
you have to like
history.
give up your house or anything. We're just saying that we want to uplift indigenous Americans. We want to ensure that they're taken care of. We want to provide peaceful coexistence for everyone who is trying to live a good, meaningful life. Again, who's not a threat to the safety and security of our communities. That's why it's so important that we support this policy that allows for this level of immigration, because it not only does it help us, but it's an aspect of our culture that is incredibly important and relevant, right? And I think a great part of our culture. I love how much diversity is in our culture because of immigration. I love that I can try so many different types of food. I can engage with so many different types of cultures and meet people from so many different types of backgrounds within the country that I live in. I think it's an amazing thing. And I think that that's something that we should all be proud about within our country.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
saying there's
something
a
to be
problem
proud
with
about.
that.
That's American culture right there. That's something right
It
there,
is.
a part of our culture to be really fucking proud about and happy about. That's an amazing thing. And we can show everyone around the world that absolutely you can engage in multiculturalism, absolutely diversity is a strength, and that's what we should show the entire world. The idea that people have not been wanting to work together is something that we absolutely should be wanting to fight against.
So you just don't want ICE to be a thing anymore?
I don't want what?
I said, what do you think about ICE?
Well, I believe that ICE is unnecessary for border enforcement, and I think that the way that they're acting right now is violent, violating people's constitutionally protected rights, and it's not upholding the moral values of what this nation should represent. So they're like literally violating people's constitutionally protected rights of due process. They're not providing warrants, identification. They're masking themselves up, and people are portraying themselves as ICE to then kidnap people because, again, ICE is acting like people who are kidnapping you.
And I think even more than that, Parker made a great point. Like, they're not actually doing anything to address the border. Like, people talk about, oh, Donald Trump is doing something to address the border because of ICE. Like, there's no actual referendum as far as the borders when it comes to ICE. And even what ICE is doing, ICE is literally just detaining people and then sending them to concentration camps for free slave labor, which is wild because then you have situations where ICE is detaining people and they're sending people to places like Alligator Alcatraz. But then when there's an audit done of Alligator Alcatraz, there's 1,800 people missing because the amount of people that ICE is sending there versus the amount of people actually being there doesn't correlate. So, like, there's a problem.
Exactly. You have family members that are trying to find out where their family members are, and they don't know because they're going to the people that they say to go to. They're saying to go to a different group. They're saying to go back to the group that they were just at, and there's no information about where they are.
So I have a question for you guys. So why is all the immigration stuff bad now that Trump's in office, but it's been a thing for the last 20 years?
Repeat what you just said. Sorry, it cut out.
I said, you guys complain and fuss about the immigration stuff now, but it wasn't a problem last 20 years. Was that? Is it just because of Trump, or?
No, I
Or
disagree with Democrats on immigration. I just think that they're preferable to the Republicans. I'm not saying I totally agree with the Democratic position. Like, I definitely disagree with what Democrats have done historically on immigration. Like, have deported people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes, although at a lower priority. They have violated people's due process rights, just at a significantly lower extent comparative to Republicans, because expedited removal did exist. It was just applicable to people 100 miles within the border, less than 2 weeks in the country, whereas now it's anyone within the jurisdiction of the country that's been within the country for less than 2 years. And that allows for the executive to deport whoever the hell they want without verifying it through the context of the judicial branch, which is, again, them violating or surpassing the what's called checks and balances of our systems.
so? Well, what else? What else were we talking about?
Yeah, I think that practically everything we've talked about, I think we've at least been able to demonstrate Trump has a worse position on. I mean, you might not agree with us on the pro-life position. Let me ask, is it because you're religious?
Yes.
Okay. Here's what I would say in terms of that, because I believe in separation of church and state. I don't just believe that because something is a religious prescription, that means that it should be enforced in the law. And I think that if you were to say that, you come to like absurd conclusions, like you should be sending people to prison who tell their kids that Santa Claus exists, because that's a lie and a violation of one of the 10 Commandments.
No, obviously, I just think beliefs aside, I still think like it's morally wrong to just do it.
It's morally wrong to tell your kids Santa Claus exists, under your perspective, right? That's a lie.
So how does telling people A B is wrong a lie?
Wait, no. I said telling people that Santa Claus exists is a lie. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So kid or parents telling their kids that Santa Claus exists, they're lying to them. Now, we don't really see it as much of an issue, but technically, it's morally wrong from a religious perspective if you're a Christian.
I mean, I'm not even putting beliefs in for this. I'm not putting beliefs to form my opinion about this. I just think it's still wrong for AB to be around.
So let me just run this out for you. Just because, again, something is wrong from a religious point of view does not mean it should be immoral. There are plenty of things that are wrong from a religious point of view that should not be considered illegal. So again, my question is that if it's because of your religion, then why don't you hold other sins to be illegal, but you're advocating for this particular sin to be illegal? To me, it sounds like actually a personal value that you hold to, independent of your religion, that you're saying should be the law or shouldn't be the law. Is that correct?
I'm not using, or let me say something. I'm not using religious views to form my opinion on this. I just think it's wrong either way, and like I'm gonna be firm on it. And I'm not using beliefs to form like what I'm gonna say about it.
So
You can
it's a
say
personal
that
value
because it looks like that, but
Yeah, it's so it's a personal value. The point I'm making is that then it's not based upon religion. So if it's a personal value, why don't you just have the personal value that people should be able to get access to an abortion? Why not?
because I think it's murder.
But isn't that based upon your religious prescription?
No, I just think it's murder regardless.
But didn't you say what you determine to be murder is based upon your religion, correct?
I never said that.
Kelly, I appreciate it. Well, that is true. Do you at least agree? That what you consider to be wrong is based upon your religion?
What? No, I'm saying either way, regardless of beliefs aside, I still think it's wrong either way. Even if
Let me
I'm not
clarify.
using,
Your what you see to be right and wrong is dependent upon your religion. The personal value that whatever is right or wrong should be designated as illegal or legal is a personal value of yours that is separate from that. And your value is not about whether or not it's right or wrong. Your value is about whether or not it should be legal or illegal. So the point I'm making to you is that based upon your own religious views, you essentially can't say just because something is wrong from your perspective, that means that it should be illegal. You can't say that.
I also have a quick question for you, if you don't mind. Like Parker hammering that home is absolutely correct. And I guess the only thing that I would kind of go to is like, who's to say your morals are the morals that we should actually govern the country by, right? Because you can just sit here and say, well, you think that abortion is wrong, and I'm assuming that you believe in exceptions. Is that accurate, or do you just think, period, they're wrong?
I said if it's with minors, then it should be an
Okay,
exception.
yeah. So you believe in exceptions. So what's to say your premise is, as far as morality should be the one that the country governs itself by, where there's certain people who may believe like, oh, exceptions shouldn't even be a thing, and then there's certain people who think like, oh, IVF shouldn't be a thing, and then there's certain people that think like, you know, on and on and on. Like, whose morality are we governing by? I mean, why wouldn't we govern from a secular view versus a religious view if morality is subjective, and you know your relationship with God might not be the next person's relationship with God, and may be stronger or weaker? Like, that doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but also, no, fuck it. I'll take the exceptions out. It, I'm I'm taking the exceptions out. It's murder either way, even if
It's
it's a
not.
minor.
Wait, I'm sorry. You don't
Even
think
by
that? Wait, for example, in the situation in which a pregnant individual is going to die if they don't get access to an abortion, would you say that an abortion is then unjustified?
If the mom's gonna die, then yeah, that's justified getting an
That's an
AD.
exception.
Well, I still think it. You got me, man. You got me.
So you do believe in exceptions?
I mean, if I had to choose between, if there's going to be, all right, let me say something. So if there's going to be AB with with no exceptions, I would still rather have that than just no AB.
Okay.
I have one more question for you.
Yeah. So, are you saying that you don't think people should be able to get access to an abortion even in instances of self-defense?
Oh no.
Sounds like.
No.
Nope.
Yeah, no.
So you're saying someone who is going to die and the fetus will die, if they don't get access to an abortion, would be unjustified in getting that abortion?
That's what he's saying, Parker.
I mean, I don't know if it's banned and then like maybe like the doctor lets them. I don't know.
No, again, if
I'll make-
both the pregnant individual and the fetus would die if they don't get access to an abortion, do you think it's justified to get access to an abortion?
Yeah, no, that's justified. Yeah.
Okay, so you do believe abortion in some instances is justified. Therefore, you believe in some exceptions to the general rule that abortion is unjustified from your own perspective.
That's the only exception.
Okay, that's the only exception.
Is if the mom's going to die, then
okay,
then she should be able to get
if
it.
a child is assaulted, do you think that they should be able to get access to an abortion?
Are they a harm for giving birth?
Or actually, let me ask you this question before I ask you this question. And I don't even know why you would ask me a question instead of just saying that they should be able to get access to it. But here's my point. If they have a risk of death from a pregnancy, should they be able to get access to an abortion?
It's guaranteed that they're like going to be at risk.
They are at risk. It is guaranteed they are at risk.
Yeah, but could it be a last minute decision?
Well, I don't even know what you're asking.
I said, could it be a last minute decision?
When it's a last minute decision, women bleed out in parking lots. Like literally, this has already happened. Like
Yeah, so you're saying that
women
they
have
have-
literally died.
You're saying that people have to be dying in order to be able to get access to
That's
the
what he's saying,
abortion?
the last
Or,
minute
like, I'm
decision.
asking
Literally
about
never
if there's a
said that.
risk.
Literally never
If
said
there
that,
is a
no.
risk.
If there is risk, then that should be an exception, yeah.
Okay, so there's a risk with every pregnancy. So therefore, under your view, every single pregnancy, they should be able to get access to an abortion because there's a risk
I mean,
of
yeah,
medical
there's risk with
complications,
every
death,
birth.
etc. So under your view, you're pro-choice.
No, I'm still pro-life, man. But
What? You just said that if there's a risk of death, that they should be able to get access to an abortion. Well, that's in every pregnancy.
yeah, that's true, I guess. But I still don't like. I still don't know what to think about it because like the hypotheticals like kind of like it's hard to answer it.
I have a non-hypothetical, if it's okay, Parker.
Go ahead.
Two simple questions. First, very simple question. How do you feel about polyester?
What is that?
Those two twins, Poly and Esther, the fabric, polyester. How do you feel about those?
I still don't know what you're talking about.
The clothing fabric. Like, you know, polyester, you can make clothes out of the material.
Yeah, I
Kind of
don't
like
know what you're talking
silk,
about.
cotton, like you know what clothes are? Like the things that
Yeah,
you put on
obviously.
your body?
Yeah, I can tell.
Okay, so you may not know this, but there's a lot of stuff that you wear that's made of polyester, which is mixed fabrics. So are you okay with mixed fabrics?
What does fabrics have to do with AB?
Just simple question. Are you okay with mixed fabrics?
Sure.
Like, should people be able to wear polyester clothes?
Sure.
Okay, cool. So your religious morality should make you say no if you're consistent, right? Because even in the Bible talks about not wearing mixed fabrics, right? So if your morality is based in your religion, then you should be against people wearing mixed fabrics, right?
I mean, yeah, it's true.
So no more polyester, right? And
Yeah, sure.
At
and
least
you're gonna wear
historically, right? Because like when
Yeah.
the Old Testament was applicable.
he doesn't know that part, Parker. Just giving him the answers. All right, second question, really simple, super easy. The end game is we don't want any babies killed, right? That's your whole point, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. And it sounds like you're good with justifying the means to get to the ends, right? Because you're sitting here saying that you're willing to say, you know what, scrap the exceptions as long as we don't kill babies, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I got an idea, and I've been trying to get this off the ground. Parker hasn't been as supportive. Dean hasn't. Dean is actually kind of advert to it, but I'm hoping you
Seems kind of
would
weird.
help. No, I wouldn't say that. But I would
Probably.
hope you would get this one off the ground with me. Me and you are gonna march on the White House. We're gonna march down Pennsylvania Avenue. You and I together, locked arm in arm, and we're gonna advocate for mandatory vasectomies. That's how we fix the need for abortion. You and me, we're gonna get people to get on board with mandatory vasectomies. How do you feel about that one?
I mean, yeah, sure, you can send it. I can just watch you do it though.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, we don't even have to talk about abortions anymore, right? We can do mandatory vasectomies, meaning that if we regulate the man's body, right, we stop the initial point in the equation, because if the men don't give their semen, then they can't cause any type of accidental pregnancies, or there's no even a risk to thinking about abortion. Vasectomies are safe, effective. They're outpatient surgery. It's a quick, snip, snip, and then you go on about your business. And it's also reversible for up to 5 years. After 5 years, the actual ability for it to be reversed starts to decrease slightly, but it's safe, it's effective. It's more effective and safe than birth control, than IUDs, than the shot, all of this other stuff. And we can take care of all of this by mandating that men get mandatory vasectomies. Doesn't that sound better than you, for some reason, want to talk about like women and abortions?
Nah, I'm good.
Why?
I mean, I'd rather just have no abortions.
Yeah, exactly. But if we do mandatory vasectomies, then there's no abortions, right?
But nah, nah. It's chill.
No, why? I'm so confused, because you and I agreed that the actual means justify the ends, and as long as we get to not killing babies, then we could do it. You and I just agreed on that point. So if we can actually just skip women altogether, listen, we know how women are and all this other stuff, and they want to talk about this and that. Let's just take them out of the equation. Don't even worry about the women. Just forget the women. Let's just focus on the men. You should be advocating for mandatory vasectomies, right?
Wait. Call me on this, but what even is a vasectomy?
Good question. So a vasectomy is an outpatient procedure where they go in and they actually separate the pathway that actually delivers the semen. And so when you actually have sex, you can still ejaculate, but it won't be the actual semen. So you'll still be able to have sex the same way. You'll still have the same feeling. But when you ejaculate, it won't be actual semen coming out. So it's a way to make sure that men can't impregnate women.
Yeah, no, I think it's chill. Not doing that.
Why? All you got to do is like spread eagle. They'll hold it. I'm sure that you've gotten a physical and they've like held you and told you to turn your head and cough. It's just like that, right? Just a quick snip, and you're good to go.
Maybe you want that done to you, but I don't.
But what I'm saying is, you guys always talk about women, and you talk about how women need to keep their legs closed, and you're going back and forth about abortion.
Yeah, just don't go out playing whore.
But this is like, I'm trying to understand, if we address the root cause of the issue versus the symptom, then why wouldn't you want to take care of the root cause of the issue?
All right, how much of the ABs do you think is just women effing around and then they don't want?
Who cares? None of that matter. You keep trying to go back to abortions, but abortions don't matter if we advocate for vasectomies. You can completely forget the word abortion if we advocate for vasectomies. You don't even have to worry about that.
I don't know, dude. That sounds pretty good.
What?
Oh,
wait.
Parker.
I'm sorry. That's what type of thought process is that? Are you using that in a literal sense, or are you just trying to be homophobic and say that that's like in a bad context?
What did he say?
Because he said it was GAY.
I didn't hear that. Oh. I'll finish with this point, because it's not about abortion. Honestly, you have to admit it, right? At this point, you're caught red-handed. Your hands in the cookie jar. You don't really give a shit about abortion. You just want to control women. Because if you
Sure,
actually
whatever you
cared
say,
about
whatever you
abortion,
say. You know me, man. You know me.
sure, if you really cared about abortion, then me presenting you with something that would actually eliminate abortion and be something more safe, effective, and cost efficient, like you would be, yeah, okay, let's do it. But yet you're automatically pushing back on it because we're not talking about women anymore. We're talking about men, and you don't want to regulate the man's body. You want to just control the woman's body. That's a problem, bud.
Yeah, but you don't know me though, so you can't like say my intentions.
I'm just telling you
Wait,
what
but
I've
wait.
just learned about you.
If you knew that it would reduce the amount of abortions that happen, if you were to give out mandatory vasectomies, would you be in support of it?
Well, not enough babies are gonna be born. What do you mean?
It's reversible. It's
It's
literally reversible.
So whenever you want to
After
have
how
kids,
long?
you can reverse it.
Yeah, after how long?
See, I told you, it's reversible up to 5 years at the same percentage. After that, it's slightly decreased depending on the person. So as long as someone makes a decision within a 5-year span and they're ready to start having kids, then they can do that. But also, you know
We already have a
wait,
population problem, so why would we
wait.
do
You know
that?
what's so great about this as well? You can freeze your sperm. So even if you wanted to keep your abortion in place, you could actually freeze your sperm and still use it later. So you don't even have to worry about that part.
You know, we need
And
more
you
people
know,
in our
what's crazy?
population,
He
not less,
intuitively thinks that
so-
you shouldn't have to uphold that particular obligation in order to be able to ensure that there's no abortions that happen. So then, if you don't think that men
Well, no,
should have
no.
that obligation, why do you believe that women should?
Wait, so you're saying it's mandatory for every dude in the United States to get a
Every
vasectomy?
single dude. Yep.
Yeah, so then how would we even populate anybody?
Again,
You
it's
said no. You said you
reversible.
could reverse it, but after 5 years.
Yes.
So we're gonna have to wait. Yeah, no. Then we just go
No.
extinct.
You can reverse it anytime, but up to 5 years. It within that 5-year window, it's basically not 100%, but basically the same as getting a reverse after 1 day or getting a reverse after 4 years. It's the same. That's the point that I'm making.
So, do you think that you have that obligation to ensure that abortions don't occur?
I mean, I feel like what you're saying makes sense. It's a double standard both ways. Like,
Well, it is not a double. I mean, what double standard do we hold?
Exactly. I'm good with not regulating either, but for some reason you guys are so hyper fixated on abortion. Listen, I'm a solutions guy. I'm super simple. My wife gets frustrated because she'll come and tell me like something, and she'll just be talking, and I'm immediately trying to fix whatever she's saying. I'm solution based. This is a solution, right? I don't care about like all the other stuff. If you have a problem, I'm giving you an answer to your problem. And we don't even have to go back and forth. Neither Parker nor myself are sitting here saying, oh, like you can only have abortions, you can't have vasectomies. Like, if we're gonna do it, then let's just do it right. Why are we half-assing it? Let's whole-ass it.
it's true, but
Exactly.
I've-
Mandatory
I've-
vasectomies. Say
Yeah,
it with
well,
me.
But you
Yeah,
don't
I'm
believe in
also-
that, right? If you don't believe in that, then again, why do you want to apply this obligation and say that it should be illegal for women to be able to get access to an abortion?
Exactly.
because they already have the. I mean, fuck. What I was trying. I forgot what I was gonna say, but no, I had the thought in my head, man. What I was gonna say was they already have the fetus in them, so why would they?
The vasectomy eliminates the fetus. There's no fetus if you do the vasectomy, bud.
Yeah, there's no abortion then.
Exactly.
So what you're still doing is you're preventing abortions from happening.
Exactly.
Right? What you're trying to do right now is you're trying to prevent abortions by making it illegal. And we're telling you there are other ways to prevent abortion outside of making it illegal.
You're trying to address the symptom. We are trying to address the root cause.
By the way, you guys bring up like grape and like SA. That's like very small.
We're not even
percentage of
talking about that
people.
right now. We're not even talking about that. We're not even
What's
on
the
that right
pivot?
now. And the reason why we bring those up is just to see that if you hold those perspectives, because you should be able to say that, like, well, then wouldn't we be able to say that, oh, because it's only that % of abortions that you'd be okay with it being legal?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
but
you
it's
could
just
look
a
at-
small percentage of abortions, so you're okay with it being legal, right?
There's a small percentage of a lot of stuff, so.
Oh,
You can go for
okay,
each thing.
okay.
Sounds like his morals are subjective, Parker.
Yeah, dude, it sounds like you have a double standard here, man.
Well, actually, Parker, I have like a couple questions for you, actually.
Go ahead.
Since like I'm up here, so how do you feel about like the left being violent?
I think it's absurd to say that because Donald Trump has called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to not abide by unlawful orders. Donald Trump has quite literally, right, pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots. Donald Trump has quite literally promoted violence himself. So I don't understand how you could at all make this comparison when you can't mention a single Democratic member that ran for president that at all justified any political violence.
I mean, a lot of political assassinations have been from the left, so that's what I'm asking that.
We can point to plenty of assassinations from the right as well. What's your point? Actually, disproportionately
I
comes
mean, I
from the
just
right.
feel like there's more on one side than there is the other.
Yeah, disproportionately more right wing. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, you're way too sweaty at this, bro. You got that. But I have one more thing. How do you feel about the people like the Kirkify stuff? Like it's messed up, bro. Like I don't get how people find that funny.
The what?
The Kirkify stuff. Like how do like you disagree with like people finding that funny, right?
I don't think it's good to make fun of someone's death.
Yeah, like it's just messed up. Like
I think humor is subjective, and I think
so I
us
can make fun
holding
of
a
George
double
Floyd overdose
standard.
and Flint.
I think
I
humor.
mean that's pretty funny.
I think humor
No,
is
that's not
subjective,
funny.
and I think that people holding again a double standard where they were good with making fun of Paul Pelosi or George Floyd or people like that, but when someone starts making jokes about Charlie Kirk, then you guys get butthurt. So either
I
it's
mean, the
That's
difference
such a
all or
double
is
none.
standard.
George Floyd was a criminal, and
Literally
He
all or
Charlie
none,
wasn't.
Kirk
all or
was a
none. Wait,
debater
wait,
that
wait, wait.
stood for his
All or
beliefs,
none.
and he had a wife
I
and
say
kids.
I say
So no,
none.
it's different.
Wait,
It is really
I say
different.
none. What do you say?
Exactly.
I can say it. Can you?
Say what?
Can you say that like there's a no to everyone that is promoting and making light of political violence?
Yeah, no, it shouldn't be.
Okay, so then why do you
Shouldn't
still
be a
support
thing.
Trump when the Democrats didn't do
Exactly.
this? That ran for
Exactly.
president.
Exactly.
Answer that question.
I mean, Joe Biden called like Trump supporters
Oh,
trash.
nobody wants to hear what about Biden. Go back and answer
Hold
Parker's
up.
question.
Yeah, no, hold up. Yeah, what did Biden say? You said
Called Trump supporters trash, and
that's not
Kamala.
political violence.
Well, no, it's still like splitting the country
Dude,
instead
if
of, like,
wait,
helping us.
I'm sorry. If you call someone trash at a game, right? Are you saying that they're promoting violence towards that person?
Yeah, no, I don't even make sense at this
When
point.
when
But
when I
wait,
when
what
I
was your
destroy
question? What was
someone
your
in a
question?
game and I'm like, "You're trash, kid." Like, did I call for violence?
Just skip that. What was your question before that?
Can you say none? Can you say that you don't support Donald Trump, given that he's been engaging in promoting political violence when Democrats that have run for president have not?
Yeah, I don't get behind everything he says and
No, but you
supports.
don't
Like,
support him
I
because
don't
you
think
voting
anybody.
for him promotes political violence. Because he promotes political violence, the Democrats don't. So you putting him into the position he is what causes more political violence.
I mean, yeah, it's true, I guess, but
Yeah, so then you don't support Trump anymore?
no, I still do.
Oh,
So you don't give a shit about political violence, do you?
nope.
No, I do, but
Okay, so if
would
you
still
do, then you don't
support
support
someone
Trump
just
because
to
he causes
one
more political
instance.
violence. Wait, would you support the side that has less political violence? Or that promotes less political violence?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so you support the
Really?
Democrats.
Yes.
Well, the Republicans don't cause political violence. I mean, if you're talking,
Wait,
if you're
I'm sorry.
talking about one
Trump
president that has,
definitely
then
promotes
sure.
political violence more. Harris definitely promotes political violence less. Given that you said that you would support the one that supports political violence less, well then you support Harris, right?
And just to add on to that, even if you look outside of just those two, there's a study that was completed over the last 30 years comparing the difference between left wing, right wing, and even Islamic ideology. Right wing ideology has committed 59% of all violent crimes and mass unaliving. So, yeah, you would support the Democrats, right?
I mean, I've seen the left be violent, so no.
You've seen the left be violent. We've seen the right be
Antifa,
violent more.
BLM.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, which one is violent? Harris or Trump? I think it's obviously not Harris. It's obviously Trump. Who's more violent? Obviously Trump. His rhetoric is significantly more violent. He's called for the execution of some Democrats because they said not to abide by unlawful orders. You're acting like that's the same, or like somehow she's worse on that?
I mean, she's not. I mean, he's not a DEI hire, so why would I? What?
Oh, okay.
There we go.
What do you mean by DEI hire?
He means Black Parker.
I'm just saying
what he
she's a
means.
DEI hire.
What do you mean? What do you mean by it?
Because Biden said he would have a woman as his vice president, so like that's already a DEI hire. You want to
Okay,
rather have
so
somebody
him
that's
claiming
qualified
that
to get
his
the
vice
job done.
president is going to be a black woman doesn't necessarily mean that, one, she was only picked for being a black woman. He's just describing characteristics in which are applicable to the person that he's already chose. Secondly, we can also address the fact that you're saying that there are no qualified black women when you make that statement. Because when you're trying to make the
Understood
claim of
that.
quote-unquote DEI hire, you're trying to make a claim that it's somehow an unqualified person in that position. And if Joe Biden is saying that he's picking a black woman, well then obviously he picked a very qualified black woman. Why would you assume that they're not qualified just because they're a black woman?
She did a bad job in California.
Wait, to be
so,
clear, Joe Biden didn't say that he was going to appoint a black woman as VP. He said that he was going to appoint a black woman to the Supreme Court, but he said that he was going to have a woman as his vice president.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, no, I'm just doubling down on this, but the point being is every other president and vice president in the United States history has been a man. What's wrong with actually having a woman as a VP, especially if they are qualified, which Kamala Harris absolutely was?
No, I'm saying. No, I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
that he
That's,
was.
by the way, that is actually very true. In 2020, in March 2020, in the primary debate, he specifically just said a woman. So the context here is that, again, it wouldn't even be based on. You're just saying because she's a woman, she's not qualified.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No, it's because he's pushing the agenda for a woman to be the vice president instead of actually having somebody qualified to get that job.
Wait, so are you saying that women aren't qualified?
Yeah, that's what
Obviously,
you're making.
women are qualified.
Are there
to get
any
jobs, and I'm
qualified? Wait,
saying-
are there any qualified women for the position of president or vice president?
I mean, yeah, if they're qualified, sure.
Okay. So then, obviously, if he said that he's picking a woman, that doesn't mean that they're not qualified.
Yeah, but I'm saying like he's pushing that agenda for a woman to be the vice president instead
Well,
of having
didn't
somebody.
Trump say that he was going to pick a woman for the Supreme Court?
Mm-hmm.
Amy Coney Barrett?
And literally picked a quote unquote DEI hire. If you guys want to talk about, didn't earn it, like this one was wild because her qualifications as a judge did not meet the standard. You compare
Couldn't she
her
not
to
say the
Ketanji
five freedoms
Jackson-Brown?
granted by the First Amendment?
Exactly. Like you stack her up against Ketanji Jackson-Brown and it's not even close. She gets smoked. Even Brett Kavanaugh, who sucks, she doesn't compare to him as well when you talk about qualifications. So wouldn't you have a problem with that one?
I mean, I guess.
Okay, and then also, like, I think that Trump is the DEI hire because I think that the
Smart
Electoral
enough to win
College
twice,
is
so I don't think
the
so.
Electoral College is DEI because it gives every single state a certain amount of points just for being a state.
Also, you don't have to be smart to win president. Trump is
I actually
stupid.
do.
You
So-
don't. Trump is an
No, you don't. Trump is
He's smart
evidence of
enough to
that.
win
Trump
twice
is
if he's
evidence that you
smart.
don't have to be smart in order to be president because he literally said we should look into nuking hurricanes to see if it would get rid of them. We should also look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. That's what he said. He said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Have you seen any evidence indicating any of those things to be true?
I mean, I don't know where he's getting that information from, but like I'm saying,
He's
Radioactive
calling out his
hurricanes. We need the radioactive. We need them to be
But
even
Parker,
worse.
Like, I think you miss my favorite thing. It's not even something that he said. It's something he did. He fucking stared at an eclipse with no eye protection.
That one, I need to start saying that one. That one's so funny, dude.
He raw dogged an eclipse. Like, how stupid
That's
can you
so
be?
unhinged. That is so unhinged,
Yes.
bro. That is
he's
so
just trying to have a good time. I don't know where you're hitting on him.
By the way,
burn
there's
your
no
retinas?
way. There's no way that he didn't have the glasses to look at it. Like, Genuinely, like
Melania
he's the
had on the
president of the
glasses.
United States. They were giving everyone in the government those glasses. Apparently, Trump didn't hear from any of the people around him that he needed to have glasses on specifically to look at the eclipse before he looks at it, and he just decides to raw dog the eclipse.
But Parker, Melania stood right beside him with her glasses on, looking. Like literally, she had on glasses beside him. He's stupid.
Man, dude, if he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
I mean, as we all can. His free will. So yeah.
Dude, you think this guy's qualified to be president? You think this guy's smart, dude? You think this guy really knows what he's doing?
I mean, if he's won twice, he's doing something right.
Unbelievable.
No.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
You're absolutely wrong. Hey, Park, you mind if I say a couple of quick thank yous, and then I'm gonna go ahead and get started.
Yeah,
so I can,
I have to say thank yous as well, and then I actually have to get off here.
All right, really quick. W's in the chat for Jesse. Jesse, thank you so much for the Tucson. Didn't Jesus tell us to mind our own business? Some shit like that, Jesse. I don't know. W's in the chat for Stephanie. Thank you so much for the 10 for the mandatory vasectomy. Holy fuck, guys. A million W's in the chat for Emily, who sent a $50 donation saying, we love a man with solutions. Listen, I try to come with solutions. I'm a bit of a problem myself, so I try to have solutions whenever I can. And Sherry, thank you so much for the $10. I love when you run the vasectomy argument. You're the best. They never can answer. I had a guy yesterday. I think you talked to, the guy that you talked to who only wanted to talk about like transgender people and didn't want to talk about anything else. It was like, what was it? Brookhaven.
Oh, yeah.
You talked to, he ended up on my live yesterday, and he was so mad that I kept talking about mandatory vasectomies, and he finally ended up admitting he didn't know what a vasectomy was. But even after I explained him, he said, no, you just don't want to talk about women and abortions. Abortion's the problem. I was like, dude, what are you talking about? Anyway, I appreciate you having me up, bro. I'm going to go ahead and get ready to go live.
Alrighty. Let me know when you're live, because I want to send everyone to you.
Yeah.
Hey, let me say one more thing, please.
Sure.
How does it make you feel like JD Vance is going to win the next 2 elections? You guys keep crying like little bitches.
That was so embarrassing. Why did you just say that?
Wait, did you have me stay just so you can say that mediocre shit?
Yeah,
that was so embarrassing, dude. Why did you do that?
Exactly.
By the way,
next time workshop something better.
Do you think JD Vance is charismatic? Please run JD Vance. Please run JD Vance. That's gonna be fucking so funny, dude. You know how easy it will be to beat JD Vance?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go. I'll text you, bro.
He's so cringe. He's corny. He has no charisma. You guys are cooked if you run JD Vance. Yeah, run the guy that humps couches. Yeah, go for it. The guy who hasn't done anything as vice. Name one thing. Wait, answer this question. Name one thing JD Vance has done as vice president.
I mean, vice presidents don't have that much control over stuff. So.
Name one thing that he's done as vice president.
He's been in the 6-7.
You can't name shit, dude.
You can't name shit. That's not a lie. It's not a lie.
Okay, well, that's not something to actually like point to as like something that he's done. Be real. That's not a real thing.
I don't
other than humped a couch and gone on vacation, what has he done?
I don't know.
He banned 6-7. He banned 6-7. Look how effective he's been as a vice president. He's so qualified to be in this position. He banned 6-7.
No, but would you rather have Newsom in office than him?
I would definitely rather Newsom be in office.
Newsom, yeah, but he caused like the wildfire, and he doesn't do anything about homelessness.
Stop. How did Newsom cause the wildfire?
Because didn't he like cut the budget for them?
No, there's no evidence that Gavin specifically cut the budget. And by the way, Trump has cut the budget for fire-related instances, and he actually cut funding going to California for fire aid, by the way, and he actually threatened that. So if anything, you're saying that Trump is causing that to a greater extent. Also, like the issue is with getting highly pressurized water to the areas in which it wasn't just water or funding in general. Also, if you want to increase funding for it, do you think Republicans are advocating for more funding?
Yeah.
Yeah, really? Get a fucking grip, dude. Get a grip. All right, all right. I have to get going, everyone, now. Let me say thank you to a few people, and then I gotta get going. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. I'd really recommend everyone to go check out all my YouTube videos. I'd really appreciate it. I appreciate you can stay and watch me even when I'm gone. James, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for James in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, James. I really appreciate that. Was about an hour ago. Thank you so much. Chase, I really appreciate the $10. Jasmine, thank you the $5. Mayla, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I think if I missed anyone's donation, I really apologize, everyone. I couldn't get to like everyone there. Eccentrical, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Chalupa Batman, thank you for the $20. Thank you, WB. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 twice. Thank you so much. Nico, thank you for the €6. And then Doug, thank you for the $10. Thank you. All right, everyone. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see everyone later. I love you so much. Bye, everyone. Go to Santana's live. Look up Santana24J. Look up Santana Jones. You'll see him. I love y'all.